Hello, welcome. My name is Terry Mardy, and I am a mindful futurist, a digital nomad, and serial entrepreneur. I've spent about 20 years in the music industry, working in music copyright, in global mainstream markets, digital content distribution, edutainment, emerging technologies. And I'm really interested in wellness and equality. Fun fact, I've spent 3 years living in the wild, so that's me. So today, welcome to the Emerging Technologies Powering Independent Artists panel right here at OneFest. If it hasn't already struck you, technology plays a crucial role in the current music industry. In this particular workshop, Emerging Technologies to Help Independent Artists is going to be our topic. And we're discussing that with two amazing guests from different platforms and companies who are pioneering with their own field. I'm going to hand you over to Joshua Jacobson, who will tell you all about himself and what his company does.
Thank you. Yeah, as Terry said, my name is Joshua. I've been working in the music industry for about 10 years now. I initially started as a booking agent, wasn't very good at that, and moved into digital marketing, kind of anything digital at record labels. So I was at a few UK-based independent labels, doing digital marketing type things there. And then 3 years ago, I founded with my co-founder Nick the company Feed, and we wanted to provide a digital marketing tool for independent artists to be able to use themselves. And when we were speaking to artists about the different marketing options available, you can hire a press person, you can hire a radio plugger. They're all quite. There's a lot of cost, and if you're just starting out as a musician, you don't necessarily have the budget to pay for those things. So we wanted to build something that could kind of harness the power of digital advertising, but even you could spend £2 a day doing it. And we launched a beta version about a year ago, and we've kind of been building that since. Hoping to help artists grow their audiences, keep them engaged, and grow income from what they do, writing, releasing, performing music.
Brilliant. Thank you, Joshua.
Yes. Hi, Terry. So yeah, Melody Mousset. So I'm a contemporary artist to start with, I'm working with virtual reality for many years now, but mainly in the field of art, like exhibiting my work in museums. And I got really interested in sound as I was working with the medium, because it's part of the immersive, some of the most powerful immersive component of the medium, in fact. And recently I teamed up with my friend Eduardo Fuyu, and we created Patch XR. We built a company around, so basically he was working with making game and music in virtual reality, and I was more building like art in virtual reality, but also like this idea of building worlds. And we teamed up together to create a company called Patch XR, which basically is a world building platform, like using modular approach to electronic music, so you can build instruments and worlds. We like to say that it's when musical instruments become fantastical worlds. So we connect visual, sound, spatial audio, and gesture together to create like kind of a new form of media, a new form of art kind of thing. And so yeah, we got together like a year ago, and now we are developing two things at the same time. We're developing a tool for builders and makers, which at this stage is very similar to MaxMSP or Pure Data, but in 3-dimensional space. But it is the same logic of like noding system, but connected to visual and stuff. And so we're still developing this. We have a small community of creators and makers, but it's still not released. So we're like keeping it small because the team right now is still quite small. And on the side, we're creating content with our tool. So that's what we want people to be able to build. So right now, VR is not really accessible for artists which are not engineers and coders or don't have I mean, it requires a lot of skills together to get like the visual aspect and the spatial and the audio. So what we're doing is we're trying to create a tool for people to create this experience, and like at this stage we're building an experience called Patch World, which is a very playful, it's like Fantasia, an interactive Fantasia. So you come in and you can play with words which are in fact synthesizers, and you can tweak them, but it's supposed to be very playful and for the grand public. And this should be released next year for the Oculus Quest, if everything goes well.
That's wonderful. I want to dig into both of your minds so much, because what you're doing is in many ways very different, but also quite similar in that you're serving the music world, the musicians ecosystem, but in two very different ways. If I ask a general question, I guess the rest of the talk we can sort of just have this, just an open conversation. We can interrupt each other and just have an open chat about, emerging technology in the music space. It's a very interesting time. We're living in a post-pandemic world, a lot of virtual activity and very little real-world activity. So it almost seems super important that we empower artists with technology now more than ever. That said, are we on the panel here conclusive about where this might lead to? What sort of outcomes do we see for independent artists if they were to engage with Patch XR and with Feed? Joshua, let me come to you first. What can an independent artist expect to achieve or get as a net result by working with Feed?
I think the big thing we'd like to see is people feeling like their careers are progressing, and whatever that means for them. I think, I'd love to be able to say that, a vastly higher percentage of musicians are being able to quit their jobs and make a living from writing music. But people's circumstances are so different. Not everyone wants that. There's all kinds of things at play there. But I think the thing that we want to achieve with Feed is creating a tool that means that when artists do come to market the music they're creating or other creative works that they're putting out, that it's having an impact and their audience is growing, they're reaching their existing audience, and there just feels that sense of progress, and there's this kind of long-term view of start off with releasing your first single, and 10 years later you've got to where you want to get to, and I think we want to make sure Feed is helping people achieve those goals. I think that's the pie in the sky dream.
That's great. Melody, what would your response be to that? What are the expected outcomes, or maybe unexpected outcomes, that you might hope for as a founder of Patch XR?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think what we're opening up is a playground without much limit at this stage. It's like, I think it's very exciting to be doing what we're doing right now, and to see what artists are gonna do with that as well, and where they're gonna take the art and the music per se. And like for me, I like the exploration like that we're offering to people, and we're discovering at the same time as the artists using our tool. And I don't know, for me it's like, I feel like people are looking for new ways to express and exist and find their audience, but also like, I don't know, like get something exciting, something, like we've been such in this like, let's say mundane life, like remote and lonely, and in closed rooms, that I feel like we want to just like explore new fields. We just want to go wild and just see what's out there. And I think that's the energy that we see in what we're doing, and the people who are working with what we do. Like the idea of hybridity, how you can like connect with each other over the network, and with your avatar that you can actually also customize and mix physical element with virtual element. and trying to make this weird concert where you have somebody in Mexico playing with somebody in Geneva. One is a traditional cello player, and the other one is just playing this weird looking instrument that he just created, and then make these things happen together in real time. I mean, this is all this kind of very exciting research that we're doing, and we don't really know where it's going to end up, but that's also the exciting part, I think, like
Yeah,
the open-ended.
yeah. It is. I love that. I love that. The two words that really strike me in that is wild and another world. I just think it's something that we're all imagining to be as wild in another world as possible. Because you're right, the four walls can get super mundane. And for musicians, the stuff that are going on in us in our
Mm,
minds when we're making music is sort of beyond us. So I want to we
mm,
talk about artists, and often the word gets thrown around. We are talking about independent artists here at OneFest. In this particular panel, I would like for us to each talk about the specific types of artists, because artists could mean so many different things. I mean, you've got music makers that make music for screen or live gigging bands, and of course, singer-songwriters, producers from EDM and reggae and all sorts of different genres from around the world. And we're seeing nations like Africa really arise and Latin music arise. So I want to ask you, for your respective platforms, for Feed and for Patch XR, what types of artists could typically benefit from what you both do? Joshua, sorry, I keep reading your surname. Joshua, tell us about what typically the kind of artists that would benefit from Feed.
Well, yeah, that word of independence is something we've been talking about a lot, and exactly how we define it and what that means. I think the kind of vision and hope we have for the artists we work with is that they're sort of the bosses of their little or large creative enterprise. So rather than a more traditional financial relationship with a record label where they advance you money and then they're responsible for hiring marketing teams and all that kind of thing, it's the artist that kind of is able to make those financial decisions if they want to, and we want Feed to kind of sit in that position where, hopefully Feed does a really good job of marketing and advertising what they do, but they're able to make that financial decision and be the ones controlling the money in that way. So I think that's at least one aspect of independence that excites us. And then in terms of the artists that we work with, my background is working with, I guess, things that are more on the kind of indie and electronic side, particularly like less, how do you describe it? But kind of sit down and listen to electronic music, not necessarily go to the club and dance to it, although that's also possible. So I think that experience definitely goes into the artists that we end up working with, but also what's been really interesting is the kind of engagement from classical musicians, so composers and performers, and also the success they've seen. There seems to be a real shift. Just anecdotally speaking to a few friends who work in the music industry, I was speaking to a composer friend recently that there seems to be an increasing interest in classical or neoclassical composers and that side of things, which is really exciting. And I think at least the artists we work with have really taken to live streaming in the last year or so, and that's been really exciting to seeing people selling tickets for live stream concerts.
Yeah, it's fascinating because when you mention classical music, I've also been observing some tangents of video game music being, of course, we've been seeing that for about a decade now, where your favorite computer video game music can be performed by an orchestra, and you used to be able to go and watch it at the Royal Albert Hall, but it seems now that sort of these almost concerned genres of music that were 10 years ago really worried about the future, because they were thinking that Gen Y and Gen Z were going to sort of kiss goodbye to the years of old, but to sort of re-emerge through the medium of video games, which leads me nicely into talking to Melody about the digital world that she's creating. Are you noticing a different particular type of artists that are coming in and using Patch XR? Melody, tell us about what you're observing there.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, right now we have a small community. We're only about 50 artists that are using the tool because still developing it. But I mean, what we see here is like, I mean, right now it's still quite geeky and there's not so much tutorials to get started. So it's very easy for somebody who's already an audio engineer or a sound designer or somebody who is heavily invested in the audio. But as we're defining the tool and we're like basically just adding a layer of, I mean, we're just like dividing layer of complexity and really the idea that you can access the tool from a very high level when you just, just somebody who enjoys music and who wants to feel like you're part of it, so you can actually interact with the music you love with moving and touching little squishy things or I don't know, whatever you want. But what we see here is that the way we see it is really to combine like all the arts somehow. So like, okay, you're a fashion designer and so let's go back to it. So at this stage we do this thing that we call Patchathon. So that's where we launch a sort of hackathon where we have an open call and we get some artists from all around the world and from different fields. And we select between 10 and 15 artists to join, and then for a week we will teach them the tool and then assist them to create words and do a live event. So we've done 2 of these and we're preparing the next one for the mapping festival. And each time we're gonna start trying with different artists. So in the last time we had some visual artists which would work together. Like there was a guy in Canada and he worked together with another guy in Berlin. So one was an audio engineer working for Ableton in his daily life, and then the other one was just a a contemporary artist working with 3D visuals, and they got together to create an interactive sonic world. And we can see that an architect could come in and start building kind of more the environment, and another one which is more in fashion design would like to actually start customizing the avatar, and so on and so on. So in fact, our platform is very versatile, and the different talents brings different elements. And in terms of producer or performers or musician, I mean, you need somebody to build the instrument, and that's the builder, and then you'll need somebody to express himself with that instrument for that instrument to make sense. So like in that way we can really connect things, and then when you start doing it in real time, that becomes very interesting. Like you have somebody behind the machine like tweaking some knobs or whatever while somebody is performing in a different space. And I think what we're going for is really this approach where different fields can really connect and make sense that they work together. As a matter of fact, currently we're having 2 schools in Poland, in Warsaw. So the music school, music university, and the art universities, the 2 different classes are collaborating through Patch in creating worlds. So they just like make teams and they work over exchanging files and like this ping pong approach. Because we don't have the real-time collaboration working right now. We need to build a platform, the network aspect for it. But yeah, this is already something that's going on, and we see a lot of potential in this cross-field, cross-media approach in general.
Yeah, it sounds very social and collaborative, and that's what the world needs right now. I want to sort of touch on what some of the obstacles that you both might feel face your companies that you hope that would you be able to overcome. What are the biggest challenges you face now to sort of take things further so that more artists can benefit from your technologies? Joshua?
Well, that's a good question. Many things. I think running a company is it's the first time I'm doing it. So it's very much every day is brand new and you're learning on the job, and so for me personally, that's the biggest challenge. But for the company, um, I think an interesting thing with digital advertising, particularly, which doesn't have maybe some of the luster maybe it did of before. It's not the most attractive part of any musician's career. So, I think, and rightly so, musicians want to be focused on writing, performing, and recording their music, and that's what you do it for. That's why you create. The marketing side and running ads and all that kind of stuff is not so much. So I think there's a bit of a something for us to overcome there, and in that it's not the most appealing part of your job, but also it can lead to those connections and relationships, which mean that people are listening to what you're creating and responding to it and telling you about what it's meant to them, or where that music is featured in their lives. And I think that feedback is really important, and sharing in the creation and the art. So I like to think of digital advertising as facilitating that, and then what we're doing is kind of taking all the boring, horrible logistics of running those things,
yes,
and doing it for you. And so it's nice and easy, and you can sort of just interact with our platform and get a good idea of what's going on, but not have to get into the weeds of Facebook Ads Manager or whatever it might be.
Oh, yes, you're making it less boring, more fun, easier for us artists to just get the job done without pulling our hair out.
I like to think that there's definitely a creative element to it as well, which I think is something that is I guess another challenge that we want to kind of work out, how we turn it into a creative aspect, because what you post and how you say something and how you communicate with someone is very creative, and how you think about who your audience might be, like who, if you're imagining a persona or an imagined person of like, who's going to like this music that I'm making. Again, that can be quite a creative activity. So if we can like say, these are things that you might find fun, the aspects of this process that you might find enjoyable, and here's a platform in which you can do that, and then we'll do the less fun bits in the background.
Yeah. So would you say some of the obstacles are sort of the education of what you do to the artist community, to explain to them how powerful the tool is and how useful the tool is? Do you think that there's a certain amount of learning that the artists would need to do, or are you taking a different approach?
I think so. Yeah, I guess there is learning. It's also, I think, I guess it's understanding what the point of digital advertising is, or marketing more generally. Like, what are you trying to achieve? It's, which is always really hard. Like, trying to choose what you're trying to achieve is a tough decision in itself. Yeah, I think that can be tricky. And so it's trying to, I guess, educate people about, the more human, just trying to think through my thought processes, but the more human outcomes of marketing. Why are you marketing? It's because those things I mentioned earlier, that it creates relationships. It brings people together who are interested in what each other's doing, and it's like, there's an anecdote that I've spoken about before with my co-founder, but if you're a musician, you've written a song and you get a message from someone saying, "Oh, I walked down the aisle to your song," it's not going to be appropriate for every kind of music, but as an example, that I think is really powerful. And it's marketing is the process by which you make those connections, which means that someone discovers your music and likes it so much that they walk down the aisle. So I think, the dream, I guess, for me is to help people understand what marketing facilitates, if that makes sense. I mean, it sounds very grandiose when I say it out loud, but yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. music is an emotional engagement, it's an experience, and I guess the marketing side of it shouldn't stop that. It should enhance it in some way. And I guess if you're facilitating that in some way, I think, you know, why not? I think that's what seems to be missing. There does seem to be some sort of sometimes the divide between technology and the craft of making music, which is of course closing over time. But I totally understand what you're saying. Um, I want to build on that and talk a little bit about um, when we're talking about social, because we've talked about that. The the world right now is seeing communities being built. You know, we're seeing lots of people coming together online to do things like this, learn and absorb information, but also entertain, engage. We're seeing a vast number of platforms emerging for specifically for musicians. But can we imagine uh, what the world could be like if, with just one pivot, like with if you were to make one tweak that you could wave a magic wand and say, right, I want this to happen to my organization, my technology right now. What would that one thing be right now in 2021? Would it be more users? Would it be sort of more infiltration into other social media platforms or other technologies? You know, what is it that you really want to have happen that sort of technology is still catching up to this point, but you want it to happen so much because you can, as visionaries, you can see it happen. Melody, do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, how to make VR headsets. I don't. I mean, there's something about VR headset that needs to be said, but I'm not sure what to say or how to say it. But I mean, there is, this VR. I mean, it's incredible how it allows you to enter this world, but you need to wear it. And that's a lot of people still have problems wearing headsets, although they're way cheaper. I mean, things are changing with the latest Oculus, and it's really in 2 years, we people had to buy for like 4,000 euros of equipment to even be able to use our tool. So, like artists don't really have that kind of money to just to explore and to have fun. I mean, especially to explore, because that's what we're offering right now, is really trying to to create this new type of expression. So of course, like 2 years ago, that was a different story. Today, it's way more affordable, but still, it is a step toward this spatial computing aspect. And yeah, it's not easy to put headset on people's face and heads
Right.
at the moment. So I mean, my dream would be, these untangible glasses that would allow you to do the same thing, or something like that.
Yeah, maybe lenses or something of that sort. It's turning into sci-fi, and I guess your mind is so far into the future that you're wishing it into existence, and I'm definitely with you on that.
We'll be ready when it's possible.
Yeah, exactly. Everything catches up eventually. I still have my old cassettes from back in the day, so you know, uh, there is an element of waiting to be done. And when I think back at how long it was since I actually had to use them on a day, I just think, wow, that's a pretty long time. But that gap of 20, 30 years of delay in new technologies is now shrinking into just a year or 6 months, and things are evolving so quickly. We're seeing video games hosting um, concerts. With Fortnite hosting a concert which generated millions of pounds in one night during the pandemic. And so it's pretty amazing what kind of catalysts can come about just through looking at the landscape of technology that's out there. Now, I want to bring it back to the focus of independent artists again, because I don't want to lose sight of who we're talking to here. But of course, in the music space, you've got the novices at the beginning of their journey who are just starting out. You've got the amateurs that have been doing it for a while, but still, edging their way to professionalism. And of course, there's more established artists who either slowly or quickly, because these days you can have artists blow up out of nowhere and become professionals overnight and make a full-time living from it. So with those three categories, novice, amateur, and professionals, um, what advice can we give them from your perspectives about how to use technology? So we'll start off with a piece of advice for the novices, and then we'll come to the amateurs and professionals after. What would we say to the novice musician looking at this video right now, saying, well, that's all well and good, but then how do I use this? I've just started. It's my first single or my first EP, or my first foray into music. How can I use your tech to help me? Because it's all about me. Joshua, do you want to have a go at that?
Um, well, the thing that springs to mind is that it's probably going to take a very long time, and that's okay. And it takes a long time for lots of people. Even if you were to get signed, and if that's what you wanted to do, and you signed to a major label, an independent label, whatever it is, there's probably going to be 5 years of development, or there's going to be 3 years of putting out singles and building up to your first album. And even for us, someone has started a company 2 or 3 years ago, I think we're just sort of getting to the end of the introduction. It still feels super early days, and when we talk to external people, I think we seem like a real baby company. And even though we've got so much work behind it, but I think that time element is really important and good to kind of prepare yourself for, and just know that you're going to stick it out. And there's a few friends of mine are session musicians, and one of them was talking about what leads to success at being a session musician. How do you get jobs and gigs? And he was convinced that the most important thing was just sticking it out longer than everyone else could, because eventually all the other bassists have gone on to do other things, and so he gets the call and he's the bassist. I mean, he's a really good bassist as well, but I think that commitment and commitment to the long term, I think is a good thing. I mean, people do blow up overnight, but they mostly don't.
They mostly don't. That's right. It's clear I'm glad you highlighted that, because I don't want everyone to think. I mean, you're talking about a tiny fraction of the community that actually do have that. But you're right. Most of us are in the other part of it, which is the long slog. The passion really helps to keep us going, and that stamina, if we're still there, grow the audience organically. It's a little bit like real life, isn't it? I guess making friends in real life takes a bit of time. Melody, coming to you.
Yeah, so I think for the newcomer, the one who gets started, I think Patch is a great opportunity, because I think in the future, I mean, what we see that there will be more and more content that will be immersive, personalizable, and interactive. And at this stage, there is not really, like you're talking about Travis Scott. Yeah, but this costed so much money to produce, and that's Travis Scott. And if you look at right now in the landscape, who's doing this kind of like immersive show? Okay, Jean-Michel Jarre,
Right.
Travis Scott. I mean, just big name. And
Yeah.
you know why? Just because they can afford it. Like, that's the kind of money it takes. And what we're offering is that anybody can do to their scale. I mean, it's not like you cannot expect to have that big of a production, but at least you can do it yourself. You can do it at home and with your own staff and with your own community, and show it to your community. So I mean,
low entry cost. Anyone can do this. Yeah.
Sorry, no, I just really think that as things are gonna, I mean, we all expect that it's gonna move that way and in that direction. I feel it's a really good time to get your hands on this kind of medium and start, experimenting with it, and you'll stick out of the crowd with what you're doing, because that's like it's quite hot right now to be doing VR concerts and like creating all this, music video that reacts in real time with your sound. I mean, that's cool. That hasn't been done before. So I think it's a good opportunity for the one who,
Yeah, it's wonderful. That's one thing I've noticed that you've both got in common, is that you're both lowering the price point for people. You're making it more affordable for people to engage with technology to further their music experience as musicians, but also engaging with their fans. So that's something maybe that's a trend across that we'll see across all other technologies. Is that's a price point thing that everybody's going to drive down the cost to make it more accessible, to democratize the opportunity to expand their opportunity, if that makes sense. But what about the other end? So you've got, are you trying to attract the more established independent professionals as well? You know, maybe bands that are well known, or maybe they're well known in a particular market, like they may have a huge Asian market or a huge Latin or African market or European market, but they want to bridge and use your technology to move into different markets. Joshua, your one makes a bit more sense because you're talking about what you do at Feed. I mean, your offering sounds like you could definitely identify people in different markets and really narrow down audiences and get to know your fans and your community better. Can you talk to us a little about what a professional who's already doing it and what incentives they have to move over to using a company like Feed?
Yeah, we designed Feed and have started with the independent artists, probably kind of starting on day one with in mind. We were kind of, you know, if we can create this platform that's simple enough to use and affordable enough to use that you would consider doing it for your first single, then that's a real achievement. But at the same time, underneath it all, there's still a lot of power. So the plan over time is that it will develop so that, you know, if you have a huge team and a huge budget, Feed would still be the best tool for you to use because it would scale up to your budget and your needs and be able to run an advertising campaign accordingly. So yeah, I don't know if that answers the question. I think that, I guess the people we're speaking to at the moment is sort of the people just starting out and those that are kind of maybe a bit more established, but obviously, you know, not Beyonce, let's say. But yeah, I think we kind of want to grow with our artists. That's a good way to put it. Hopefully, artists will come on board, and then in a few years' time, we'll be a bigger company. They'll be bigger artists, and yeah,
Win-win.
That's the story we want to be part of.
Yeah, I love that. Melody, for the professional who is thinking about using Patch XR and maybe neighboring technologies that you're aware of, how can they benefit? Because maybe they're stuck in their ways. Maybe they're complacent, dare I say. You know, what can we say to them to sort of get them thinking more about technology once they've made it?
Well, I think for more established artists, what can be very interesting with what we do is the fan engagement aspect, because let's say you're gonna produce this virtual world / sound / music, interactive music video, where any of your fan can come in and you know, be part of it and interact with it, personalize it, and be able to, you know, like tweak it in a way that it can be shared, but in a personalized way. So I feel like it's just like this kind of continuously evolving thing. So basically you just put something out there, which, you know, you're the author of these things, but then your audience I mean, it depends, like you can have yourself as an avatar, but whatever you're creating, what I think for me as an artist, what I would love to see how my community would take it and change it, and you know, what would be shared and kind of follow follow, you know, what's going on from like this one word or this one like track that I would have made. And you know, kind of like this thing we see on TikTok, like how things just like get memes and just repeated over and over and transform. I mean, I think as an artist, it's fascinating to see that happening with your own work when you started it. So I think that would be super interesting to, you know, to experiment with that for sure. Yeah, I think I would say that.
Yeah, that's a brilliant answer. I love that. So we've got about 4 minutes to go before we wrap up, but I want us to start thinking, I want us to take our professional company hats off. So Joshua, take off your Feed hat. I know it's going to be hard, and I know you're Melody, it's really hard to take off your Patch XR hat, but do it just for the next 4 minutes. And let's think about what music tech developments that are out there outside of our own businesses that we're really excited about? What have you got your eye on? What struck you in the, say, past year that you've looked at and you thought that is fascinating?
I mean, I've been following NFTs for quite a long time, and I'm reticent to say it because I think with all these things, it's you kind of want to wait for a technology to mature and see how it's going to pan out before you advise, go all guns blazing on releasing an NFT album. But I think I read the CryptoKitties white paper a few years ago, which if you don't know CryptoKitties, you breed blockchain-based kittens, which I just thought was a crazy idea, but like they were doing it to showcase this technology of NFTs, and the idea that you could have a unique digital thing which couldn't be copied and therefore had value as a unique item. And I think, people have used that to all kinds of different use cases, and music's kind of one of the more recent ones, or at least one of the more recent ones we've spoken about. So I find it really interesting. I'm still kind of skeptical of exactly how it will help. I mean, I know Kings of Leon, I think, have released an NFT album, and
Yeah.
And that's great because I'm sure someone in the marketing department got excited, but it's sort of, they're still quite removed from most musicians and most artists and how it could be used. But I think that's the really exciting thing about hearing Melody talk about Patch XR, is that I've in previous jobs spent loads of time trying to raise money or get funding to do a VR project for one of the artists we worked with, and just the sums involved, it never quite worked out. But so there's been loads of times that I've wanted to use like binaural audio or combine that with some VR experience. And so personally, I'm also very excited about being able to make something in VR or AR even, without having to have £100,000 to spend.
Yeah, Melody, Joshua's really excited about your business. You can't wear your hat now. What else are you excited about outside?
Okay, so to be honest, as I said, like I'm not coming from the music things, and like probably in the whole company, I'm the one less, knowledgeable about music, but I'm here speaking. So I personally, as an artist, I'm really interested with the AI kind of thing, this machine learning, and I'm actually just starting for my own sake, for just completely outside of the business. I'm training an avatar. Basically, I'm training a fake melody so I can just bring that on for the next talk and see what happens.
Oh,
So I'm training with my voice, with my face, and I'm just sitting there and like feeding this algorithm with a lot of myself and see what's gonna come out. So I find this very exciting, and also like I'm following a bunch of artists which are also playing with this like training algorithm and playing with them and using them almost like they would use the synthesizers. And I think there's really something quite interesting in the possibilities. I'm not like afraid. Let's say I'm not part of this. AI will replace the artist. I think it's super interesting field to be playing with right now.
I think that's incredibly amazing note to wrap up the discussion. I just think the point you just left out at is so futuristic. It's almost like Elon Musk's announcements to take us all to Mars. It seems like between you and Joshua, you are about to take us into a virtual world where everybody gets to meet everybody. And maybe this time next year at OneFest, we will be talking to a AI version of Melody and seeing artists perform in that sense. But I just want to thank you so much for your time today. Just lastly, what are your socials if people want to catch you? Joshua, where can people find your socials?
At feed.hq is probably the best one. For
Okay.
someone who runs a social media company, I'm not very good at my personal socials. But
Are you too busy promoting everybody else? And that's all right. And Melody, where can people find you?
We are Patch XR, Patch XR, so like mixed reality. And yeah, we don't have a consistent one, so sometimes it's a dot, sometimes it's a thing like. But Patch XR, you'll find us.
Maybe we'll put something around the video. So thank you
Thank you.
so much. Fascinating conversation. May it long continue, and we hope to see you next time at OneFest. Just want to thank everybody for watching this panel. We've been talking about emerging technologies powering independent artists. Go through, check out the other videos at OneFest, and be safe.
Right. Hello, everybody. We've got a super interesting panel for you today. It's called Wasn't Born to Follow, a female journey through music. Obviously, I'm not female, but we have four amazing ladies here today to talk about their careers in the music industry and just give you a bit of a sense and a perspective about how things have evolved and developed and where we are right now. I think it's probably easier if I let everybody introduce themselves in turn. So start with you, Indy.
Hi, I'm Indy Vigilankara. Thanks for having me, Andy. And I'm a PR and comms consultant in the music industry. I've been in the biz just over 20 years. I've started my career at Columbia Records. That's where we first met, Andy. And I went on to work at Radio 1 and 1 Extra, and then on to BBC Television. I was at the BBC for 11 years before returning to Sony Music as Director of Comms. I was the first woman of colour in the role, and I then left and started up my own business as in independent PR, and that is what I'm still doing today. Over the years, I've consulted with some amazing music charities and continue to do so. And I'm basically straddling music and third sector, so and also diversity. I'm also on a number of boards, and one of which is the UK Music Diversity Task Force. The other is BPI Equality and Justice Advisory Group. I'm also on the board of Parents in Performing Arts, and yeah, so with cause and purpose at my core, that's really kind of the engine that drives me.
Okay, thank you. Pamela.
Hi everyone, my name is Pamela McCormick. I'm the Director of Urban Development. Urban Development is a talent development organisation starting working with young people in schools, supporting them all the way through to the commercial music industry. I think we'd say we are the intersection between grassroots music and the industry. I set it up with a group of hip hop musicians in the late 90s. I think we felt that there was a space for a Black-led artist development organisation specialising in Black music culture. And 20 years further on, we're in the process of creating a dedicated talent house on the fringe of the Olympic Park in Stratford. Prior to Urban Development, I worked with high-profile international jazz musicians, producing European tours and UK tours with the likes of Ornette Coleman, John McLaughlin, Branford Marsalis. So when I came to London in the late 90s, I thought I could bring that experience to hip-hop musicians. It was a very creative scene in London where jazz was blending with hip hop culture. Jazz Cafe was very a place to go,
Mhm.
and I felt that I could bring my experience to bear and to contribute to the professional development of the scene. Way before that, I was born in Belfast and brought up in Belfast, and it was a pretty tough time in the 70s in Belfast. And I think probably I didn't know it at the time, but it was preparing me for a career where I realised that poverty or economic problems and unfair racial inequality were actually the heart of all that was going on. So I brought all of that to the
Mhm.
table in the work of urban development.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, and Chantal, tell us about yourself.
Hi. My name is Chantal Epp, and I'm the founder and CEO of Click and Clear. We're a music rights tech and licensing company delivering officially licensed music to performance sports and fitness worldwide. So when I'm talking about performance sports, I mean sports like dance, gymnastics, figure skating, cheerleading, where music is integral to the routines. And I basically started the company because a major label sued the US cheerleading industry for infringing on their copyrights. They were editing and adapting music, creating mixes to accompany their routines, obviously without a license.
Mhm.
And at the time, I was working in sync licensing. I've studied music my entire life. I always wanted to get into the music industry, and I ended up working in sync originally, mostly working online and digital content. So I used to work with famous YouTubers, online Spotify shows, but also some YouTube sports channels. And then I'm also a world champion cheerleader and have a music production company that makes music mixes for cheerleading and dance. So I was kind of a triple threat, really. Knew I could create a solution to this global problem, which is worth about $2.4 billion in annual untapped revenue for the music industry. So we basically work with record labels and publishers. We're currently working with over 600 rights holders so far, from majors to independents, clearing a massive catalogue of music available to this market. And then we work directly with sports organisations implementing our suite of technologies to help them license and then enforce the use of licensed music. So we've got sort of three pieces of technology, from rights management, dealing with the complex rights ownership information and matching of label and publishing information. Then we've got our licensing platform, which is the marketplace where the teams and fitness providers can instantly license music for the rights that they need. And then we have a license verification system, which essentially is like a content ID and license management tool for the competitions, the sporting competitions happening both physically and virtually. So we kind of have a full holistic solution for the entire sports ecosystem to cover all competitions worldwide.
Right. Okay. Well, a lot of interesting stuff there, and we're going to come back to some of that in a sec. But let me introduce Eunice to everybody. Eunice, will you introduce yourself? Tell us about yourself.
Hello everyone. Firstly, like everybody else, I love music. I'm a music fan before anything else. And I've been an independent culture producer and project management consultant for about 14-ish years now, working with various different organisations, from TV production companies, the lovely urban development which Pamela manages and directs, and also sit on the board for employment and development organisation called Small Green Shoots. I do some work in Nigeria as well around the music industry development there, and I have and co-founded a music development agency there called Echo Music Foundation, which is about a year and a half, 2 years old now. And yeah, just been championing black music for a while now.
Okay, fantastic. Well, look, Eunice, let's just kind of start with you. Just tell me about those kind of first steps that you made in the industry, from the moment where you're thinking, okay, I want to work in the music business, to the process of thinking about, okay, how am I going to get into the industry, to actually doing so. Just talk me through that.
Gonna have to rewind you like several years back, because actually I knew I wanted to work in music when I was about 15, if not younger than that. I've always loved music, from watching Annie or to old Betamax and VHS recordings with my parents of Soul Train. Yeah, just I've loved music forever. So it really started in school, and me kind of figuring out that I could actually do it as a job first came when I was at a summer school production at the Roundhouse at about 14 or 15, and there was a young man that came from an organisation called Bigger Fish, and they were putting on lots of different entertaining music projects for young people, and he was looking for volunteers. I was like, I can be involved in this, I can help put on shows, and kind of pestered and really pestered him. And he eventually let me come and volunteer, and then I got a job with there, and that was kind of the beginning of it, really.
So that was kind of started as a
So
sort of extracurricular activity. So it's kind of outside the classroom. And
yeah,
how important were
and
those early
actually
experiences, would you say?
really important. I tell people now, I'm a big believer in education, very big believer in education, but given our industry, experience goes a long way as well. Experience goes a long way. So pretty much from that point onwards to me leaving university, I'd been gaining experience. So I did a business degree with a vision that I'm going to be in music in some way, shape, or form, and the music industry is a business, so I can apply that in some way. But throughout that period, was working for different organisations, independent record labels, PR companies. Also worked at Notting Hill Carnival as well, within that time and later on in my career too. So I would say it's very, very, very
Okay.
important.
And the degree course you did, was that a music business degree course or just a straight up business studies?
No, just straight business administration degree, and so I did accounting. And my final year projects, which you could choose, were
Hmm.
IP because I knew again music is based on
Okay.
that, and consulting businesses as well. And then we did things like economics,
Hmm.
marketing, advertising. So just a straight business
Sure,
degree.
sure. Okay. Let me bring in Chantal. So Chantal, you've had sort of quite a varied thing. I was very interested to see about sort of the cheerleading work you've done, disability in cheerleading, and this kind of intersection between sport and music, which I can definitely relate to because I had a bit of that as well growing up. Um, did you have any preconceptions of what the music industry would be like before you got into it, and how did that sort of tally up as you first started to experience the industry for yourself
Yeah,
in your
I mean,
early
I
years?
didn't really know what I wanted to do in terms of getting into the industry. I knew I wanted to be in the industry and probably on the business side. I started. I used to play music. I still do a bit. Started playing, piano, violin, and singing from the age of 4. I have got sort of music in my blood. I've got family members who've been in the kind of industry in Canada, and so I always was connected with it. And then when it got to, so continued throughout school, and when I got to university, I studied commercial music at the University of Westminster, which gave a really good overview from audio production to performing to the business side of things. And when I was there, I was like, well, I'm kind of enjoying the music law side of things. I'd be interested in possibly looking at that a bit further. And then I was like, well, I don't want to read these long documents all the time. So I kind of, yeah, no one does. And here I am. It's basically what I do every day, read agreements with rights holders. But I knew I kind of wanted to go in that sort of direction. But at university, I actually had a really great opportunity to choose my own projects. And as I was doing cheerleading at university, that's where I first got involved in that side of in that sport. I needed to create music to accompany our routines. So my coach suggested that I make the music. And so I then started my music production company at university and used that as my project, as kind of my coursework. And one of my lecturers suggested, because I'm finding music and putting it to something, that maybe sync licensing or music supervision would be an interesting job for me. So that's when I started looking into doing that sort of work part-time to support myself while starting my music production company.
Right.
And then it just kind of went from there, really. The lawsuit happened. The company I was working for actually went into administration. The assets have since been bought out. They've been acquired by another company. But
So, so to have that happen so early in your career, kind of an insolvency and to be out of your job, and I could say hashtag me too to that several times, but yours was so early on in your career. How did that feel?
it was quite a shock to the system. I'd actually just got my first flat as well. So I had a mortgage to pay and a puppy that I'd bought like a couple of months prior. So it was
And a
all
puppy,
quite a
crikey.
bit of a nightmare, very
Hmm.
scary. I really loved the job and the people, and it was sort of one of the first big setbacks, I think, for me. And again, with it being so early in my career, I was like, I don't want that to happen again. I kind of said to myself, well, I'm just going to start something myself
Hmm.
and see how that goes, because then at least I have control of that, and I know if it's going to go down, I know
Sure,
when that's going to go down.
sure. So what would you say to sort of people coming into the industry now with the prospect of potentially being in that situation? What would your advice be?
Well, I mean, in any industry that can happen. I think with
Mm.
COVID as well, many more people have experienced that. It's really a case of um, just trying to persevere through it. Try and focus on the positives and find new avenues. Get creative.
Mm.
For me, it was the universe, I think, kind of opened a door for me with regards to the lawsuit, and I
Hmm.
had the sort of tools I needed to create this solution to the problem, and I just went for it. go for your dreams. If you've got an idea, get it down on paper, start creating it, create the vision, and work towards it bit by bit. It's not going to happen overnight.
Okay.
But at least, if you're doing it on your own, you've got control over it.
Sure. I went through about 3 insolvencies in 5 years in my career,
Wow.
and one of the things that I learned from that, and the last one was a pretty big one. It went down for 11 million, and they owed me a lot of money as well. But what I learned from that is it's kind of pretty standard, and people just shrug their shoulders and get on. So there's no stigma at all in being part of a company that went insolvent. If anything, I learned a lot from it that
Yeah.
helped me with the next stage of my career. I'd certainly add to that. I want to bring in Indy now. So, Indy, one of the things that sort of fascinates me about your trajectory, because you're telling me earlier that your entry into the industry was at Columbia Records, which obviously I remember. But prior to that, you'd been at Saatchi, and prior to that, your degree at university was in mathematics. So, what was the jump from maths to advertising to music for you?
It's always a surprise to people. People always fall off their chairs when they find out
What degree I did. And I think I just did a subject weirdly that I just found quite easy. I was one of those people that I was really creative and arty, but it was just a really suppressed part of me. So I was just kind of directed, from an Asian family, directed into finding it quite interesting because obviously all of advertising back then and now is very much driven around that. But it's obviously incredible to see how the industry has changed and how it is very much data driven, and it is very much about the consumer and less about the artist in that sense.
Okay.
And also it was the end of the sort of the boom. CDs were, and CDs was going out. The sales were it was the start of the digital era. The boom
Okay.
was on the decline. Yeah.
Okay. If anybody wants to know what my facial expressions were about there, I was actually the data guy at Sony at that time, and I just wasn't very popular. I didn't have any friends. That's nobody wanted to know me. We were just stuck away in a darkened room, just looking at sales figures. But you're right, we weren't really paying attention to audiences at that time. I think that's only really come more recently. And an awful lot
Absolutely.
has changed. And this is why I want to bring in Pamela, because Pamela, you latched onto something at a very early stage, which I think is much more front and center now. But at the time in which you started what you were doing, nobody was really paying much attention to that. So what was that like early on? And just tell us a little bit also about how things have changed, during your time in the industry and what you've seen over the last sort of 20 years or so during the lifespan of urban development.
Yeah. Um, I mean, it started really because I met a bunch of hip hop artists in Paris, of all places. They were working with Courtney Pine. He had a record called Modern Day Jazz Stories, and he had a hip hop producer. So fast forward 6 months, I moved to London, and I just loved what they were doing. There was something about the creativity of live turntables. Improvising on stage with the top young jazz session players in London, and there were quite famous nights. People still talking. Ty was the host, for example, who sadly died last year. Um, so it felt very creative. It was the sort of melting pot of London culture. That's really where, for me, it started, and this incredibly exciting thing that was going on in a place. And you know, it took me a long time to come to London. I went Belfast, Edinburgh, France, and then so I landed relatively late in London. I just was blown away by the creativity of what was going on in Giles Peterson, Jazz FM. It really was the early days. But in terms of the music industry, apart from jazz artists being signed at the time, Giles was signing people to Universal. Courtney Pine was in the charts, but it wasn't really the mainstream music industry, the hip hop culture then. So it felt grassroots, it felt culture rather than it felt the music industry. So, we started off by being funded by a thing called London Arts, which was the regional office of the Arts Council at the time, probably ahead of their time as well, post GLC, ahead of their time around diversity and cultural democracy and giving people a voice and investing in it. So that's how we started off really through the arts funding system. Obviously, it was on the back of hip hop at the time, which had been a massive industry. But in terms of the UK at the time, it was niche and fringe and grassroots. So I guess we've gone through all the kind of iterations of black music since the late 90s, you know, garage, grime, and now it's pop music. So I guess that for me is the big shift. How we've moved from something which was niche to something that is mainstream. And then I guess in terms of the work that's evolved from that original kind of artistic vision coming from that collective of musicians towards developing an education program, the kind of education work they would have liked to have had themselves in the 70s when they first got interested in, hip hop culture. We did it really from a sense of, this culture is 25 years old. It's about time it was properly integrated into the curriculum from a kind of democracy point of view. We're working in inner city secondary schools in Newham, and that's pre-Olympic vision. It was a really tough environment to be in, and it was hip hop has always been the music of the streets, hasn't the music of young people. So it started, there from a real authentic sense of meaning and communication. But clearly now, the music industry has recognised the need to diversify its workforce, so is massively investing in reaching out to communities and young people and recruitment strategies. So it feels as if that work, which have evolved from the original idea of putting on, a night in London, has come into something where we're really working with the
Sure.
music industry to support its recruitment
Okay.
strategy. So that's the big shift
So
for
one of the
me.
things that I remember around that time, so this would be sort of the late 90s, early 2000s, is, from our perspective at Sony, we had a lot of black music there, but it did feel a bit siloed. We had a jazz department, we had a black music department at Columbia Records, which was headed by Matthew Ross. We had Mariam Raja at Epic that handled that kind of stream of repertoire. And we had DJ Semtex who came in and set up a street team. And Semtex and the street team used to sit outside my office. So I got it full blast. But it did feel, from a major label perspective, it did feel a wee bit siloed. But I guess what I was perhaps not as conscious of as the major label exec who was running around doing a lot of different things is that outside of the company there is this whole community. And how important was that early on at that stage, just to sort of further the scene and further your own individual careers, the actual community aspect of what you did?
I mean, it was everything for us, certainly. Indy and I once had a conversation about how she used to go to those nights that we put. There was Lyrical Lounge at the Jazz Cafe. There was John Z D's Apricot Jam. All the kind of UK hip hop guys came through one of those nights, really, and I think it was all about the audience. There wasn't really anything online or recorded particularly. It was a live
Okay.
experience. It was massive, and I think that was the driver. Actually, it was about artists wanting to speak
Hmm.
directly, unmediated to their
Sure. Sure. Sure.
audience.
So when was the tipping point for you?
Um,
When did things start to really kind of go up to the next level?
Gosh, it's quite hard to pinpoint a year. But let me give you an example. We had a vocal collective at the
Hmm.
time, UDVC it was called. It was co-founded by Labyrinth and his
Hmm.
sister, Sherelle Mackenzie. Um, so who knew? Tim Mackenzie's called was always a massively creative person, songwriter,
Hmm.
performer. I don't know, I can't remember how much production he was doing then, but he was just phenomenally creative. But who knew he would have gone on? So I think it was that kind of era there where it wasn't any more, independent. It was crossing over into
Sure.
mainstream. And the twins, the Twin Bees were hosted those nights that we did in Stratford. This is a bit further along, and look where they are now. They're co-presidents of
Sure.
labels. So yeah,
Okay.
it. it's hard to pinpoint a time, but I don't know. Gosh, 2005. Eunice, help me out because you were involved then.
Okay, well, we'll come back. I'm going to come back to that in a second, but I want to bring in Chantal a little bit because obviously what you do, this sort of sync world, is also something that's kind of been around for a while. And there's a sort of a moment in time where it started to kind of go up to the kind of next level, and everybody was obsessed with sync and getting music in film and TV and in sports events and whatever else. What was the sort of tipping point for you in terms of what you do?
Well, I still think there's a huge growth trajectory for sync, and it's not just sync; it's licensing in general. You know, we don't really do sync. We're dealing with adaptation rights, licensing
Okay.
mostly. There is an element of sync on it now due to COVID mostly. But you know, I think what's been interesting about the mindset with rights holders with regards to sync is obviously it's a right that the artists and writers represent. They have to, you know, the labels and publishers have to seek permission for the most part, and so it's actually quite challenging. And there's been some really big spend, you know, in the last few years, especially like the big TV ads and the Super Bowl ads and everything. And so I think rights holders really expect a lot of money, but there's been that sort of shift to online, and that shift to online then started driving the prices down because there's people are creating more content more regularly, but they still need music. And so I think we're in a bit of a weird kind of situation at the moment where there's a disconnect between what the consumers want and need and what the rights holders feel that they want and need.
Okay.
And I think we're in that transition phase where it could go different ways. I think part of the solution has been that some of the consumers have just been using production music, so that you know it's just cheaper music that they can just get easy access to. But there's a huge demand for commercial music, and I think we need to find better ways of monetizing licensing. Really, you know, music is an intellectual property right, and you monetize that through licensing. And I think there's a lot more we can be doing in terms of micro licensing, not just in sync, but across other rights as well.
Okay, cool. Now I want to come back to Eunice here, and just to sort of pick up on something that sort of Pamela said earlier, because I was just trying to get a sense of when sort of things were kind of shifting, you know, particularly from a sort of an urban development perspective and the kind of things that you do. And Eunice, obviously, I know you've got a long relationship with urban development yourself, because, you know, for me as a white guy, a white man in the music industry, male and pale and stale, it seems like we only really properly discovered diversity about 5 years ago as an industry. What was happening before then? Did I miss something? Did we all miss the memo?
I think kind of missed the memo on that, because there have definitely been other people very aware of diversity outside of that. Pamela, obviously, with urban development, and another organisation I work with is the MOBO Awards and MOBO organisation. I'm their head of events and special projects, and actually produce the award show. And so, yeah, some 2 decades at least, people have been championing and trying to raise awareness about black music and diversity in the music industry. So yes, not just 5 years ago.
So, but what did you sense a progression up until then? I mean, obviously, I remember Mobos. I remember a lot of the work Semtex was doing, indie. You know, there were things happening, and you know there were.
I suppose just to kind of borrow from the way that Pamela's described it. So I used to work on a live music night called I Love Live. It was probably one of the first nights at the time that was really putting on, shall I say, more hip hop, grime artists with a live band. And I mean, the genre kind of varied across black music. So we had Ed Sheeran, Jessie J, Tiny Temper, and pretty much every name that you can think of right now that's done well over the last couple of years on that night. And now they're mega pop stars. And we had them when they were in a small venue of about 50 to 100 people performing, and this was maybe roughly around from, I'd say, 2008-ish onwards.
Hmm.
So definitely have been a transition and a shift in terms of diversity of workforce and kind of just an awakening. Unfortunately it's taken a black man in America to die for
Hmm.
people to really wake up last year. Unfortunately, if I'm being
Hmm.
honest, the kind of groundswell and attention given to the issue seems to have only really been visible last year, really, sadly. Um, yeah,
Okay.
despite the music having progressed.
Okay. Indy, let's just sort of bring you in there because
We jump in.
this last year has been pretty traumatic on a lot of levels, but I think Black Lives Matter and the murder of George Floyd especially has really shaken everybody to perhaps talk about this subject on a deeper level than previously. Have you do you sense
Absolutely.
that on a real world?
There's so much to unpack and we don't really have a lot of time to go into it. But obviously, I think that what happened in America rippled across the whole world, and in particular, the UK music industry was already kind
Hmm.
of, discussing diversity and what change is needed. The UK Music Diversity Task Force already existed. The BPI was already talking about diversity after Brits So White. It just brought it into
Hmm.
sharp, sort of sharp relief, and it put it
Sure.
sort of very high on the agenda.
Okay.
And
Okay. But on an intersectional level, Lindy, speaking as a woman of color in the music industry, just on an intersectional level, just tell us a little bit about this last
yeah,
year and
so
what
what
you're
I'm seeing
seeing
in
in
the
the
industry,
industry.
well, following the UK Music Diversity Report, it shows that diversity is severely lacking in the sort of the middle um, levels and high levels in the industry when we're talking about gender, race, disability. Disability is, hugely, under indexing across the sort of every levels. Um, but in particular, in terms of race and gender,
Hmm.
it's the senior levels, the higher income levels, and there's fewer women. The women just sort of drop off as you go up. There's fewer older women. There's fewer mothers. I for one,
Hmm.
I'm an old woman. I'm a mum. I'm a woman of colour. So in that sense, I cut across many intersections, and one of the things is having a 10-point
Hmm.
plan and actually holding the industry to account and having an action and proper accountability and responsibility that you can action with across all of the members on the task force
Hmm.
with everyone's buy-in, but
Okay.
with an actual end goal
Hmm.
of
Okay.
accountability. We want to really move the dial,
Sure.
and this isn't just box ticking or virtue signalling. That's
Okay.
obviously.
Okay. So Eunice, let me bring in Eunice. So just I mean, for what just speaking as a black woman in the music industry in 2021, what are your hopes for the next year or two?
That we do actually see some of these shifts. That we do actually see some of these shifts. I was on some conversations with that diversity report, and it was really refreshing to see some actual tangible points that can be moved forward.
Hmm.
So to start seeing that unpacked and seeing those differences made would be brilliant.
And do you
It,
feel more optimistic now than maybe a year or so ago?
no, I can't say that. I can't
Okay,
say
that's
that
fair.
only because it's such a deep matter. It
Hmm.
crosses beyond just what you do for a living. It's like last year was really
Mm.
emotional and heavy. I found myself crying at points just because I'm a black person um, at that point. So I can't say that I'm hugely like optimistic and singing and
Hmm.
dancing down the street, but I'm I'm yeah I'm being
So
open.
what needs to happen now, Eunice?
I think people need to be held accountable to those points and accountable to the things that they've said, and I think that we need to work as a community to do that. Um,
Okay.
we need to support because actually, in fairness, people don't always know how to make a change, so we need to support each other and ask
Okay.
questions and be willing to give answers as well, or find solutions together.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you so much. So Pamela, just picking up on what Eunice just said.
Um, this may be a little bit controversial for me to say this, but we maybe need stats, actual numbers that need, people need to be held to account to. I mean, most of our funding, for example, comes from the Arts Council. Every year we have to do a survey that demonstrates our statistical analysis. We set targets for ourselves, 50-50 gender split, 70% and above community space facing racial inequality, and we take it very seriously. Our board is black led. I think these are the sorts of things that probably need to be discussed properly. From the UD
Okay.
point of view, what I'd like to see is the young people we're working with, and it's also to do with socioeconomic factors. Also, I'd like to see them having opportunities to progress properly.
Okay. Okay, fantastic. All right. I'm just kind of bringing finally to you, Chantal. What are you hoping for over the next year or two?
Yeah, I really hope to see a lot more inclusion in all aspects, not just gender, race, but sexuality, disability, socioeconomics, differences in socioeconomic backgrounds. We really just need to do more as an industry to include more.
Hmm.
Music is an integral part of so many people's lives, yet
Sure.
the music industry is not diverse itself. And I really hope to see more disabled artists and more disabled people. I do a lot of disability advocacy work myself,
Hmm.
and I know I've witnessed a lot of the discrimination and challenges that are faced, and I really feel like we can do more as an industry, and so I do hope that whilst it's been awful the last few years, the experiences that people have had, I've hoped that the recent situations have opened people's eyes
Hmm.
to the reality of the situation, and that will help them act to do more. And whether it's finding more allies to help us in those conversations, to have the in-group conversations as well as the out-group conversations, I think that's really going to be what helps us make change.
Okay, that's fantastic. That's brilliant. And we've seen an awful lot of change over the last few years. I think all of you ladies have been very much a part of that change. And there's still a change is going to come, I think, in a lot of different ways. But we need to bring another song lyric. And hopefully, everybody, all of you ladies here today and everybody who's watching can be a part of that change and keep pushing us on in the direction that we need to go as an industry and to support and nurture one another in that process. So thank you everybody for watching us today. I think there's going to be some more information somewhere on the screen or down below or something, but it'll be on your web browser somewhere. And thank you very much for watching this panel. Have a great day.
Hi, folks. I'm Nick Lawrence. I'm the founder of Big Star Business Management. We're business managers and accountants that exist to support businesses from every aspect of the music industry, irrespective of shape and size. And that's because it's part of our DNA. Big Star use the best in technology to deliver a simple, affordable, and transparent service so everyone knows what's going on. What else can I say? If you've ever got absolutely nothing to do and feel you want to check out an accountant's website, then take a look at ours at bigstarbiz.co.uk. You'll not only see dry ice and flashing lights, you'll also see that we're quite different, maybe even quite cool, but that might be pushing it. Today I'm joined by Oscar Reed, who does something or other in Big Star. What do you do, Oscar?
Hey guys. So I work as a manager for one of our big business management pods. We like to see business management as effectively being an external finance department for an artist. We look after everything from the day-to-day bookkeeping and accounts and compliance that you'd expect in a normal accountancy firm. And then we go a step further. We look after everything from raising invoices through to chasing your credit control, liaising with everyone within your sort of team, your management company, your booking agent, and we take it all the way through. We look into your cash flow, we look into your sort of preparing management accounts, we do your credit control, and we try and effectively make it as easy as possible and as clear as possible for you as the artist or musician or whatever area of the industry you're in.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's leaving our clients to do what they're good at. You know, I mean, we're good at doing all the kind of numbers and making sure you pay the right amount of tax, but you know, our clients, particularly if it's talent, should be creating and performing, because that's what they do best. I mean, you know, they're probably about as good at doing accounts and tax as I am at writing a song or playing the guitar, which is absolute rubbish. So yeah, I mean, Oscar, in your team, let's say, just to give a flavour of Big Star's roster, who do you look after in your team?
So in my team, I look after everyone from Jerry Cinnamon, Tom Grennan, who's just had a #1 this week, Spiritualized, Wildwood Kin. We look everyone from sort of some of the biggest live touring acts in the world down to up and coming bands, and we look after everyone in between. We look after record labels, festivals, management companies. We look after the whole sort of ecosystem of the music industry.
So you're quite useful, actually, aren't you?
I try my best.
I mean, Jerry Cinnamon, that's massive. But I suppose for the you know, without kind of flattering ourselves too much, I mean, looking at Tom Grennan, that's probably a really good case study for the subject matter of this workshop, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Tom, we've sort of had from day one. So we've had him from the start when he was sort of a small up and coming artist, all the way through to, as I mentioned earlier, this week getting a #1, which is brilliant for everyone involved.
Absolutely, and you're right. We've been with Tom since day one. Cheeky chappy, self-employed, hooks up with great manager, and yeah, we work with that great manager, which is John Dawkins of various artists, and we've established a structure ongoing to support Tom, to make sure that he mitigates as much risk. We do all the grumpy, boring stuff as Oscar does. He's good at that. With all the books and the VAT and the payroll and his accounts, but we're also there to provide him with lots of advice. So as he continued to develop as an artist, then you know, he's got the right infrastructure around him to make sure that things are right, and he doesn't have to worry about anything. He's just there to create and perform and give lots of us, you know, the emotional satisfaction that we get from listening to his music and watching him live. So that's been a really, really good story. But I suppose if we go back to, sorry,
I was just going to hop in. I think the great thing with sort of Tom as well is it's a great example of how your business setup and structure can develop as you progress. Like you said, it started off with sort of the sole trade, and then as you progress, you move into a different setup to be sort of what's most tax efficient or what's most effective for your business.
Yeah, I suppose, you know, with that leads us on to, At what stage do you need an accountant slash business manager slash advisor? When do you think that is? I think it's when you make that decision, isn't it, Oscar? That's what you want to do.
Yeah, I think for me it's when you should really get an accountant or a business manager when you decide that this is a trade. A trade to me is when you decide that you're going to be doing this or trying to do this for a living. When it gets past the stage of just being a hobby. And I think at that stage it's most prudent to sort of employ an accountant at that stage to make sure that from sort of day one you have the best advice and the best setup in place.
Yeah, I mean, there's someone else that we work with, name dropping, I suppose, is the legend that is Alan McGee. I actually saw his Creation Stories film on Saturday night.
I'm going to watch that later.
Thought it was great. I thought it was brilliant. And you've got Brick Smith, who we also look after, who's a fantastic, fantastic woman and artist. She's got a cameo in that as well. But it was absolutely terrific. But I just remember before working with him, Alan was on the radio and he was being interviewed, and the question was put to him: what tips would you give anyone entering the music industry now? And his response was, get yourself a good accountant and a good lawyer, because otherwise by the time you realise you need one, it could be too late. And that kind of leads on to the second thing that related to this is, are they expensive? Are we expensive? Well, the same with lawyers. We kind of cut our cloth. If there's talent there, we can see that, and they're decent folks as well. We don't want to work with any, sorry, I can't say arseholes, can I? Probably, maybe that'll be edited out. But, yeah, so, it's, we have a kind of A&R approach. So if there's talent there, or if it's a business at its early stage, and usually at that point, particularly in year one, cash flow is absolutely king. As an individual, you've got to make sure that you've got enough in place to service all your personal expenditure and to actually make progress as a business. So cash flow is absolutely key at that point. So we at Big Star, we have an A&R approach. I'm old and grey enough to understand if I think there's a decent amount of talent, or that there's a viable business proposition there that we really want to work with and we like the people. So at that point, we'll discuss terms, and those terms can be very, very favourable. We see this thing as a long-term relationship, not just as kind of a thing where we kind of crash in and grab as much fees as possible. That just doesn't work. We're there to partner, we're there to provide advice. All of which with Big Star, you can contact us anytime, and there's no additional charges because it's the right thing to do. And sometimes the advice that you get from the man down the pub, or woman, sorry, can be absolute bobbins. So yeah,
I think it's also an investment, and I think a lot of people who decide they don't need an accountant find out the hard way that they get hit with a lot of penalties from HMRC. They pay a whole load more tax than they need to. So actually it's an investment, and you get the right infrastructure, you get the right procedures and setup, you get the right advice, and actually you're saving money. That there's knowledge we know, there's skills we know. Averaging within the industry is a sort of little known thing, but it's a skill that we know and we can use to reduce your tax. So actually it is an investment as well.
Yeah, I mean, Big Star's populated by, I suppose, getting on about 20 folks now of varying degrees of qualifications and experience, which is essential to making sure that we can cover absolutely every eventuality and keep on top of all the new legislation, regulations, whatever. But Oscar's right in terms of why you need an accountant. It's you've really got to be able to understand the financial consequences of your business, and also ensure that you pay the right amount of tax. So, how would you set one up? I mean, what are the, Oscar, do you want to go into the different kind of structures that you need to consider when kicking things off?
Yes, so to start with, that's probably the first question. Once you've decided, right, I need to set up a business. This is no longer a hobby. This is now going to be a trade. I need a business in place.
Yeah.
The first thing to start is, okay, well, how am I going to set this up? The most common one to start with will be either a sole trade or a limited company. And then obviously if there's a number of you in a band, then you might also look at a partnership or an LLP.
What does
Effective
LLP stand for?
limited liability partnership.
What's the difference between that and an ordinary partnership?
So it's similar to the difference between sole trade and LTD, which is the limited protection you get. As a sole
Yeah.
trader or as a partnership, there's unlimited liability, which effectively means should something go wrong and should you get sued or should someone come after you, you're effectively everything you own personally is up for grabs and at risk. Whereas if it's a limited company or an LLP, limited liability partnership, the only risk is what's held and the assets and equity held within the companies. So nothing you own personally, your personal house or property, your personal possessions would not then be up for grabs.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a grim one, that isn't it? Really. So if you're a sole
Not the
trader
cheery
or
one.
or a bog standard partnership, then if something goes wrong or some unscrupulous whatsits out there decide that they want to sue you, then all your personal assets are up for grabs potentially. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And I think obviously based on that, you'd say it's always the case you'd go for a limited company, but there are downsides. And also by having the appropriate insurance in place, then you can mitigate a lot of the risk. So you can have
Yeah.
public liability insurance in place as a sole trader, which would mitigate a lot of the risk if you were doing live performance. So there are ways around it, and generally speaking, as a sole trader, um, they're a lot. It's a lot cheaper to run the accounts. There's less scrutiny over it. They're not available to the public record. Um,
Yeah,
so
that's a good
that,
point.
so there are a lot of benefits to the sole trade. And actually, when you start up, the fact that it's a cheaper service, it often means it's a more appropriate response.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. But the thing is, Steve, I mean, you look at someone. If we go back to the wonderful Tom, have you listened to his album, by the way?
Yeah, brilliant.
It's
I'd
all right, isn't it?
recommend it to anyone
It's
who hasn't.
it's really really good progress, and he's got a show on at Ali Pali, which I think is pretty much sold for September, and yeah, a whole rash of dates throughout the UK after that, and then hopefully into Europe when
That'll be a great show, the
early
Ali
next
Pali
year.
one.
Sorry.
That'll be a great show, the Ali Pali one.
It will be, yeah, yeah. I'll be going to that one definitely, and probably most of the Big Star team will go to that, won't they?
Yeah, I'll add it on for sure.
Better sort something out there. But yeah, I mean, looking at Tom, I mean, Tom, when we first met Tom, he was self-employed, which means the sole trader thing. You buy yourself. But really wasn't that much risk to his business, so there's no point in saying, come on, Tom, let's have a limited company because we can charge more for it. It's not like that at all. There was just really very little risk when he kicked off, which is the same with most people who are starting a new business and they're early stage emerging talent or whatever. So self-employed, sole trader, that's the thing to kick off with, and further down the line, as with Tom, he gets a deal, he gets a publishing deal, he gets a record deal, and he starts touring. So he needs the protection of a limited company. So we've got a structure in place to make sure that as much of that risk is mitigated as possible, and also it's probably not going to be like it forever, but a limited company with the right kind of earnings can end up being more beneficial from a tax perspective. So that's the
Yes.
kind of two things really. You got sole trader, i.e. self-employed, and bog standard partnership, where the risk is but the costs are less, and then when you make a bit of progress and develop, you can move into either the LLP, which is great if you're a band and you want to distribute that kind of stuff. You might want to go into that, Oscar, or not, and a limited company that give you limited liability and some protection. So
Yeah.
in terms of structure, I think that kind of covers it really, doesn't it? And when do you set that up? I mean, it's just I think
Well, I think
It's
for the
when
limited
when you made
company,
that decision we were talking about, weren't we?
yeah, I think with anything, it's always worth having a discussion, and it's very much sort of it depends on the artist and the individual circumstances. But I think in terms of the limited company, the two approaches would be one when earnings are at a level where it would become tax efficient. Normally, if your earnings sort of exceed 60,000, then actually becoming a limited company becomes a more tax efficient way of withdrawing funds from the company. So at that
Yeah,
stage, we might suggest it. Or two is when you actually have sufficient equity within a company that you want to ring fence it and you want to protect it. Um, so I think they're the main two. You can then also look at the LLP approach, which is great if you're in a partnership and you're touring abroad. And then withholding tax, it's going to be significant because that would allow you to utilize
yeah,
more. So there's a
yeah,
number of different factors to consider. And I think, as we said earlier, it's just a case of keeping an open dialogue and actually evolving, not picking one structure and saying that's me for good. It's evolving and going, okay, well, actually, the sole trade was appropriate, but now a limited company
yeah.
is going to be more appropriate.
Yeah, and that 60K, to be honest, it can rack up really, really quickly. If you've got a mixture of recording rights, publishing rights, neighbouring rights, live activity, you will be surprised. I know it sounds like quite a big number when you're starting out, but yeah, you can achieve that pretty swiftly.
And
Just need to make sure that the folks that you're working with understand that. And put everything in place before you even ask the question, because sometimes you probably won't even understand what questions to ask.
exactly, and I think it's the same for VAT registration. There's obviously there's a higher level of compliance required. We have to submit. There's more report on our side, so the fees are higher. But actually, if you've got a large number of invoices that are charging VAT, then that's money you can reclaim. As you get bigger, obviously, if you exceed the VAT threshold, then you're going to have to register anyway. It becomes compulsory. But whilst you're a sort of smaller artist, you might not be exceeding the threshold. But actually, with the expenses that you're paying, it might become beneficial to
Yeah,
actually
what
be
I mean
registered.
with that, Oscar, what is the VAT threshold? What does that mean, and how much is it?
So it's 85,000 at the moment, and effectively, if your turnover exceeds that threshold, you have to register for VAT. It's not optional. Um,
So if you're an artist then, and you get an advance, that's included within that 85. And if you're lucky enough to get over 85, or it's a combination of things, you've got to be registered for
yeah,
VAT.
so it's over a 12-month period. Any 12-month period, if you exceed £85,000, you have to register for VAT.
Yeah,
The requirement is yours as the business to keep track of that, and you have to register as soon as you know or you expect to exceed the threshold. So if you've got 60k turnover and you get a 30k deal come through, then at that stage you know
yeah,
you're going to exceed the
you're
threshold
stuffed.
and you've got to register. Which again is something which if you have an accountant or a business manager on board, they're able to advise you on and say, okay, well actually we're at this threshold now.
Yeah,
We need
yeah.
to register.
I mean, just to reiterate about accountant and business manager, people are thinking actually, I'm a bit confused by that. I mean, you hinted at it earlier, but it actually means that if you've got an accountant will do all your books for you, your VAT, your payroll, your annual accounts, your tax return, and make sure you pay the right amount of tax, that kind of thing. But the business manager, just going back to that again, and that's what we do for Tom. It means, as Oscar was saying, you've got your own accounts department, but not only your own accounts department, someone there to advise and also someone who's really connected. I mean, if you look at specialists like us, I think about 85% of what we do is music. We've got some other bits of entertainment as well, and we've got some friends and family and things, and friends and family of music clients that we look after. But about 85% of what we do is music. It means we're so incredibly well connected. You can rely on us as well as lawyers to actually introduce you to opportunities, introduce you to relationships which could help you develop and succeed as an artist or indeed as a business. So that business manager is there to be part of that team. You have, if you're an artist, you've got your day-to-day manager, you have your lawyer, promoter, booking agent, and business manager. And just to reiterate what Oscar was saying about it being an accounts department, yeah, we're there. We're there to collect the royalties, the advances, and the royalties, and the performance fees, all that sort of stuff. And we keep on top of it. We chase it until the money's in. We pay all the bills. We pay for crew. We pay for, if it's a festival, we pay for staging, all the production stuff. We pay for the talent deposits and balances, all that sort of stuff, which means that those individuals and businesses can then focus on doing what they do best. It's not best use of someone's time to fiddle around with stuff where they're not either qualified or indeed just have the experience to be able to fulfill that essential part of the business. Does that make sense, Oscar? Do you want to add anything to that, or
Yeah,
does that
no, yeah, no, I agree with that. I think effectively for me, accountancy is sort of your once a year. You provide all the information once a year to your accountant. They sort of come back, they prepare, they crunch the numbers, and that's sort of it. Whereas this relationship is very much a sort of day to day. I speak to a lot of my clients every day. Sort of they'll call me up, we'll have a discussion, and they'll call up saying, okay, I'm thinking of buying this, can I do it? And we'll look in it and we'll talk through it together, and we'll work out what the best solution is. And it's just finding that balance of an accountant can't provide you that relevant information because it's so far behind, whereas we're trying to provide day-to-day information. And I think that's the biggest difference is gone are the days of having to wait 9 months to get information that is going to be helpful. Is we're providing information up to date to the day.
I know. I mean, I kind of mentioned that on the introduction that we use a lot of tech. I mean, it's not difficult really. We use a cloud-based accounting platform called Zero, which you probably see advertised on the telly. Really, really good. If you give the example that we've got with, we could use Tom again, couldn't we? But Tom, all his stuff is on Zero, so his manager can check in he can check in on his phone if he's wondering what's going on with fees or advances. He can do that 24/7, and it'll see the current bank balance, and he can drill down on all kinds of transactions and see the paperwork behind it. It's not complicated. I mean, it's really simple. I can use it, so it can't be that bad. And yeah, I mean, we've got an artist who's very, very young, who's had a massive advance, and she's got lovely and protective parents. They want to know what's going on with their daughter's financials, and at the same time, she has management which is split. There's two co-manager position. One is in Berlin and one is based in Nashville. So if you go back to the old way of doing stuff and paper and taking time, no one really knows what the hell's going on. But with cloud-based stuff, then all of those folks, they're all authorised. You know, the client said, yep, they can all have a dip in and just have a look. They can't change any of the transactions, but they can see exactly what's going on. And that's been amazing for them. I mean, the managers, through time zones or whatever, they can still see what's going on. They can make better informed decisions, and it just removes a whole heap of anxiety out of that relationship as well, because you can just see what's going on.
It's about transparency, and we need our clients to trust us so that we can do what we do, and it's about them being able to see everything they want in real time, and not waiting for us to have to provide figures. That they can see everything there, they can come to us with questions, they can review everything that's happened. It's
so
just about building that bond and that trust.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually quite cool for accounting software, isn't it? Really, but I don't want to overuse that word. Yeah,
bit of an oxymoron on that.
Don't say anything. All right. What else can we say? I suppose there's some good tips in terms of housekeeping. So this goes back to when you kick off and you decide whether you're going to be self-employed or you have to go straight up to being a limited company or a partnership, whatever it is. That there are some kind of basics that you really need to be on top of. I mean, you've got to be as organised as possible. So with that, open a separate business bank account. You'd have to with a limited company anyway, because it's a separate legal thing. But if you're kicking off like Tom, just have a separate business bank account. You can't. It's really kind of bad news to mix your personal stuff and your business within the same bank account, because it means number crunchers like us have to analyse and pull the transaction. I'm not saying that we're lazy or anything, far from it, but it just means that if we miss transactions and because they're ambiguous, it means you could end up paying the wrong amount of tax. So, it's always good to see what's going on in your business, all those transactions, and if you can get as many of them in a separate business bank account, that avoids any confusion. It means you'll pay the right amount of tax, and you won't be potentially storing up problems for the future.
I think as well the biggest
Yeah.
selling point there, Nick, is that you'll need to get less involved. If you come to us with a bank account that's mixed with personal and business transactions, the first thing we have to do is email it back to you,
Yeah.
or sit down
And
with
who
you and
wants to
say,
talk to an
okay,
accountant? Yeah,
you,
good
you
idea.
you need to tell us what's going on here. So if you get it separate, then
Yeah.
it just limits the work that you're going to have to do. Which,
Yeah. I mean,
as you know, artists have a lot
also,
better things to do than sit through and go through a bank statement.
yeah, and unfortunately, as mentioned earlier, we've got absolutely bugger all talent, so it's down to us to do this.
You
And we've been
especially
doing it for
there.
a long time. Yeah, another really good thing is invoices and receipts and bits of paper. Well, turning those bits of paper into something electronic and then forgetting about them. Take photos. There's lots of kind of scanning apps, or we use a thing called HubDoc, where our clients take photos of the receipts and then they throw the paperwork away, and then we can pick up from HubDoc and we can put it into their accounting system. So it's good having that stuff. Or if you're just going to take photos of it of them, keep set up some files on your computer which says something like income, and then have a different file per month, and hopefully you'll have lots of documents in there because you'll be earning lots of stuff, and whether that be invoices for performance fees, or reports for direct sales, D2C stuff that you do through through your stores or whatever it is. So have a file per month and save all those receipts and also all those sales invoices, all those reports in there, and then do the same with expenses. Have an expenses file, and under that have a file per month. Take photos and save them in there as and when it happens, and then just throw the paperwork away. As long as you're backing stuff up online, then that's probably a good thing. Yeah. Oscar, anything to add to that?
No, just as you said, HMRC now accept digital backup documentation, so there is no need to sort of keep that shoebox full of receipts. Take a picture, you buy something, you scan it, you upload it. That receipt can be binned. That's something you can forget about. You don't need to come back to it in a year's time and try and work out what that £20 spend in Argos was. It was for X or Y.
Yeah, gardening equipment or something.
Yeah.
Could be. Argos. You could have thought of a better one than that, mate.
Yeah, I know. I've got an Argos receipt in front of me. First thing that came to my head.
Right, so you've been doing some gardening then, have you?
Yeah, I have
anyway, yeah. So it's just that about being organised. I think that really helps, and the separate bank account, getting those bits of paper, turning them electronic, and then just chucking them away. That shoebox thing, or blimey, we get bigger boxes than that as well. We get plastic bags full of stuff. We still take them and we scan them, but we try and encourage our clients to be more organised, because again, they'll pay the right amount of tax. That's just it's if it is a shoebox, then there's a good chance that a lot of those receipts, or they're stuck in the back of the jeans, it's just get organised with those things. What else would you do? I think if we look at, I suppose, rules of engagement when you start your business, what's one of the most important things do you think someone setting up a business should do before they actually crack on, or when they actually kick off? What do you think, Oscar?
I think, to be honest, one thing I always think is really crucial is just being proactive and sort of preemptive. And what we find a lot of is you get sort of contracts that are signed in one name, and then we have a discussion, we set up a different entity, and then you've got to go back through and re-update all the contracts, etc. So
Yeah.
this might be probably sort of further down the line, and if you were moving, say, from a sole trade to a limited company or something, but it is always recommended to sort of come and have a word with us, or whoever you have as a sort of accountant and business manager before you make a decision. I think things are a lot easier to say at the time, quickly call up, go, yeah, that's absolutely fine, do it, or us say, no, we should be thinking about something else here. Then a lot of the time people just crack on, do something, and then we end up having to sort of unravel it, and it gets a bit messy.
You're just
Um,
lazy.
so I think being proactive and then also making sure you've got the right team in place at the start. So sort of go have a sort of chat to a few accountants and business managers, decide we're the best, come to us, and then have that right team in place from the start. Really, you don't
Yeah,
want to
we
be
do
sort of
have other
getting a year or
people.
two down the line and realizing you're not getting the advice you need and having to swap.
Yeah, we do have people other than Oscar.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, we like you, but we want someone else. That's fine. We have others.
yeah, Nick's great, but I'm not sure about the other guy. Hey, there was one thing I was thinking about actually, that when you kick off a business, that I think is for me the most important. But I would say that from an accountancy perspective, is to do some projections. Actually, work out what you think is going to happen with the money. So there's if you think, right, am I going to jump into this? I'm going to do it now. It's like the same with any business. A business will do a business plan where they work out what the proposition is. What the opportunity is that they have. A bit of competitor analysis. Work out who's going to be involved, as Oscar said, but actually supported by some really robust figures, and those figures need to be prepared on a cautiously optimistic basis. So let's say you're a sole trader or self-employed, and you think, right, I'm actually going to do this now. This is what I'm going to do. But then, what does the money look like? What are the numbers? So we've got all these kind of templates and stuff that you can fill in. Which are really super simple, but I think you need to look at the first year. The first year in any business, it's that old adage of cash is king. You've got to firstly work out, right, if I jump out, if I'm employed by someone and I go for this full time, I've got to be able to pay my rent, or my housekeeping, or albeit a mortgage maybe, if you're lucky enough to have your own property. And you've got to work out if you're going to be able to generate enough cash to service all those personal expenses. So rent, food, drink, all kinds of stuff that you need to generate cash for. And some of it, well, you might be lucky enough to get investment. You might get a bank overdraft. There might be loans or whatever. But you've got to make sure that this works before jumping in. Because if you're going to give up a job where you've got reliable income and you go from that into a new business, and new businesses that always take a while to develop, you've got to understand that in year one that you're probably going to make a loss. In year two, you'd hope to kind of break even. Year three, into the black. That's a kind of realistic aspiration. But you've got to understand cash flow. And cash flow year one, just look at it month by month. What's going to come in? What's going to go out in January, February, March, blah, 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 through to December if you're working on a calendar year basis. So, yeah, I think that's massively important. Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah, no, completely agree. And I think one sort of, well, a couple of things to add is firstly, like a lot of up and coming artists, it's not unusual to sort of keep the job as well. So by setting up a business, it doesn't mean you can't do other things. You can continue to sort of work wherever you're working now. At the same time, and a lot of people sort of that I've spoken to say, oh, I didn't want to set up another business or set up a business because I was still working at my local pub or wherever they're working. And actually you can do both. You can set up the business then, and actually, like you said, planning and looking at the sort of the forecast is really useful. But actually, not sort of holding off setting up your business until it's profitable, which a lot of people do. Say, oh well, I wasn't going to make I wasn't going to make any money here, so I decided not to sort of start the trade. Actually, making a loss is just as useful because it can be offset against future year profits, saving tax. So actually, knowing you're starting a trade, knowing you're taking it seriously is when you want to set this up, not when you think you're going to start making profit. So whilst it's really important to do the financials and put all the checks like you said and run all the robust figures, actually determining that you're going to make a loss in year one isn't a reason to not go ahead necessarily. It's just good to know that you've got that information and you're expecting it, so that you can compare at the end of the year how you actually did and compare the loss to what you're expecting.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, things will change. As soon as you finish the cash flow forecast, hopefully they'll change for the better. But you might have had a show might be cancelled, or you might have a rash of shows, or whatever it is. Or if you've got a business, you might pick up more customers, more clients, whatever. Or you might have an unexpected expense. It'll all kind of there'll be pluses and minuses all over the place. But you've got to have something to aim at. You've got to have these kind of aspirations. And year one, cash is absolutely king. And so you need to translate your ideas, your plans into a cash flow forecast. It's not difficult at all, but it's utterly
Nick
essential.
can do them, so it's not hard.
Yeah, yeah, very funny, very funny. As I said,
but
we have got other people other than Oscar. If anyone's interested in talking to us,
and
all
I
right.
think
So
just touching on that, Nick, and going sort of a step further, it's what one mistake people often make when they're starting up is they'll do this projection or cash flow or whatever financial sort of report, and then they'll leave it and that's it. You've got to keep going back to them. You've got to keep looking on it. You've got to keep comparing your figures based on how you've actually done compared to what you budgeted. You've got to update them. If you've got a cash flow and you've not included an advance, and then you're going to get an advance, and you have to add it to update it. They can sort of, as useful as they are, they can be outdated very quickly if you don't keep paying attention to them.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. I suppose what what do you need to think of if going back to that thing that Alan McGee said, get yourself a good accountant, or else like brilliant accountant, business manager, or lawyer. What would you say? What are the key things to working out who you think's going to be best for you? I mean, for me, I would say that it would be finding some folks that actually understand your sector. So they've been working in the music industry for a long time. They're not generalists. They don't look after plumbers, sparkies, brickies, that kind of thing. They actually look after businesses in the music industry, the whole ecosystem, as you referred to earlier. Whether it be rights holders in terms of labels, publishers, promoters, and underneath that you can call festivals as well, booking agents, talent from early stage to international touring and all that sort of stuff. I think it's essential that if you're going to pick someone, pick us. No, if you're going to pick someone, or pick a firm, an organisation, whatever you want to call it, who actually understands your sector. It's vital. You will be surprised at the difference that'll make. Oscar, what do you reckon?
Industry knowledge is essential. You'll be amazed how much someone can add or bring just by understanding what the norm is in an industry and being able to put recommendations based on what benefits people within the industry. The other thing I think is just finding someone who you're comfortable having sort of open discussions with, and it's not just someone who's going to say yes to everything that you ask. It's someone who can actually have a discussion with and say, okay, this is what we recommend, or you can say to us, this is what we want to do, and we can actually sit there and go and advise yes or no, or give you the pros and cons. It's having someone that you're comfortable having the discussions with. And we want you to call us. We want you to sort of use us and use our knowledge. And it's no good sort of having a great sort of business management firm if you don't feel comfortable calling them or speaking to them. So I think finding someone you're sort of comfortable with and you feel that you could work closely with and get along with, I think that's really important as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. So that and obviously just reiterating earlier about the advice that we can provide and the network that we have is really, really broad. Not just us, but let's be fair, other business managers / accountants. If we can make a difference for our clients through providing advice or introducing a potential relationship, then yeah, that's the right way to go. But I think that's about it, isn't it? Really, is that everything we need to cover?
Yeah, I think that covers the main things.
Right,
Yeah.
right, good. All right, let's wrap it up then. Thanks, folks.
Hello and welcome to OneFest. I'm Mark Sutherland, and today we are gathered together by the miracles of modern technology to discuss the reasons why we're unable to gather together in the real world. Yes, OneFest has curated this panel to discuss COVID-19 and the effect it has had and will have on the music industry. And because that wasn't quite depressing enough, we're also going to discuss Brexit and what that means for the business we're all in or want to be in. So those are pretty big subjects, and there's a lot to get through. So let's meet the people who are going to get us through it. And because there'll be a lot of people watching this who are new to the music business or trying to get into the music business, as I introduce you, just let us know a little bit about what it is you do and what your organisation does. So let's start with John Zeff, who is an independent policies advisor to the creative industries. He previously worked for the government with 10 years at DCMS, but don't hold that against him. He's also worked for the BBC and now advises on policy, strategy and regulatory issues. Sounds like a lot of fun, John.
It's marvellous. Thank you for that, Mark. Yes, I am a freelance consultant, as you said, and I work largely with media and creative industries on sort of range of policy and regulatory issues, with a background in government and the BBC. I guess the major role that I have at the moment, which is particularly relevant to this conversation, is that I work with the industry members of the Creative Industries Council, which is a forum bringing together representatives and business leaders from across the creative industries, including the music industry, of course, with ministers, which is co-chaired by Secretaries of State for BEIS and for DCMS and industry, in the shape of the current industry chair being Tim Davey, who's Director General of the BBC.
Excellent. A well-connected man indeed. As is our next guest, Mark David, is the CEO of the Music Venue Trust. Is the co-owner of Tunbridge Wells Forum, and some would say one of the heroes of lockdown. He spent the last year saving dozens of independent venues from closure and badgering government into giving the sector more support. So doing this panel, probably the closest you've got to a holiday, isn't it, Mark?
Oh, I've taken the day off specially, Mark, to come and talk to you, yeah.
Glad to hear it.
That's a nice round description. I mean, I think a lot of people now know our work, but we are a charity that seeks to protect, secure and improve grassroots music venues. We have about 942 member venues across the country at the moment. And yeah, the lockdown obviously has been a huge challenge to those. We're constantly working on every day.
Excellent. Well, great work. Hopefully that work will be over before too much longer. Also working hard during lockdown is Annabella Coldrick, who is the CEO of the Music Managers Forum, which, as the name would suggest, represents hundreds of artist managers. Under her stewardship, the MMF has become a major voice in the music industry. So I'm expecting you to have plenty to say on these subjects, Annabella.
We certainly do, Mark. We've been really actively involved in campaigning directly, indeed working with Mark and David through the live music group and also through UK Music, and trying to explain what's going on to our members so they can make decisions for their clients about how they might tour again, hopefully this year or next.
That would be nice. That would be nice, wouldn't it? And probably with a few similar concerns, David Martin, who is the CEO of the Featured Artist Coalition, which represents artists from around the world and at all stages of their careers. He's also a former festival booker and is another panel member who has also worked for the government. We've got all these political animals on the panel today.
Yeah, quite handy skills to have, Mark, I think, particularly now. But yeah, much like Mark and Annabella have said, we work in a lot of the same areas. We represent over 4,000 artists, their rights and interests, and at all stages of their career. So to Annabella's point, the impact is very different for very different cohorts of artists, and there's a very diverse community of artists. And so but nobody has been left unaffected. So trying to navigate that's been one of our challenges as well, and work out where the impact is across various parts of the sector.
Yes, well, I'm sure we're going to talk about that over the course of the next hour or so. So that's our panel. let's talk coronavirus. It's been a year since the first lockdown kicked in the UK. That's a year without live music for most people. Normally, I go to at least a couple of gigs a week. I think I've been to two since this time last year, and that's probably better than most people. So, where has all this left? The people you represent, Annabella, your clients don't earn money unless their artists are earning money. So, how tough has the last year been?
Yeah, it's been incredibly difficult. About a year and a half ago, we did a survey of our members looking at their income streams. And obviously, the artist manager only earns if the artist is earning. And what we learned at that point was about 80% of an artist manager's earnings comes from live music. So I think most people would find it really tough if they were to lose 80% of their earnings immediately. And that's what's happened to our members and their clients. And most of them have found it unable to access government support. Most of them run their own limited companies because that's what you tend to be advised to do when you set up a business as a manager. In fact, most artists, once they start earning a decent amount of money, set themselves up as limited companies as well. So they weren't able to furlough themselves because you weren't allowed to furlough yourself if you were still working. And everyone was still working. They just weren't being paid for working. They were all rescheduling tours and working on live streams and trying to engage fans and, trying to adjust their lives. And so we basically had a whole bunch of people who were crazy busy, but with no income at all. And the people they look after have no income. And I think the first few months were just trying to get people back. Actually, a lot of people were all stranded all over the world. I'm sure everyone remembers this time last year. Most of us were supposed to be out at South by Southwest, and anyone who'd gone out early, some of them couldn't get back. And I had members phoning up from New Zealand are en route on a tour, played dates there on the way to Japan, and they were kind of saying, actually, we've all got to get home. So there was getting people home, trying to readjust, and then realizing that their income had collapsed with no backing from government and no security about when it might come back. So it's been really, really tough. And, we've been, and David has as well, very involved in trying to, where the government hasn't put in support, look at what we can do to try and support our membership. We ended up having to launch a kind of resilience fund. We got support from PPL and Spotify and the Brits Trust and others, just to help those who had very viable businesses as managers with their clients before, still had work to do, but just, couldn't afford to pay their bills. So it's not been easy. And we're hoping an end's in sight, but it's not immediate. There's going to be no international touring this year. It's still tough. But, our members are adaptable and entrepreneurial and doing what they can to keep the wheels on the road.
David, it's probably been even and tougher for artists in terms of getting support. Has the government actually done enough for? Obviously, they've had various schemes in place for various sectors, but have they actually done enough for the creatives in this climate?
Well, I think it's been. I mean, Annabella and myself have been campaigning since March 2020, in particular on the gaps in government support. And some of those gaps that exist for individuals and for self-employed, for example, around single director companies, or the £50,000 cap on self-employed income, on the income which those who are self-employed can claim. Those issues are misaligned with the equivalent schemes for those that are employed, and that's been a real issue for our members. And so we're very grateful for the things that have been done, and we think there's been many positive things done. So we can't take away from that. However, there is until now still an inexplicable gap in our view that A, shouldn't exist, and B, which there is no real clear explanation for existing.
Yeah, John, you're an expert in these sort of matters. Could anything more be done to persuade government to give more support?
Well, I think, firstly, there's clear sort of view from both David and Annabella about how it has really hit a lot of people in the music industry. I think that's mirrored across much of the creative industries, which are, have, for example, a very high reliance on self-employed freelancers. The government obviously has put some measures in place that help. The Cultural Recovery Fund has been helpful. The measures around furlough for employees and for the self-employed have been welcome as far as they go, but I think it's absolutely right. We know there are gaps. There was some extension of the coverage in the budget, but I know that doesn't cover everybody by any means. So I think those conversations carry on. It's something that the Creative Industries Council that I'm involved in has also been pushing quite hard. I suppose the other thing that I think is important around this, that again, has been welcomed so far, that those schemes and help have been extended as the lockdown has gone on. But something that the council has been saying quite strongly all the way through is it's important that those schemes, that the help that's there, is there for as long as it needs to be, in order to allow for, when we do come out of lockdown at the other end, allow for creative businesses and the people who work in them to actually get back up and running.
This is exciting, isn't it?
Bit of jeopardy.
Who else would like to just go back to sitting in a room with other people?
It would be nice, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? It would be nice. But while we've got you, Mark, we've been discussing the impact of coronavirus on the music industry, and the people you represent, venues, probably been hit harder than anybody else. They've had a year without being able to put any gigs on at all, most of them. So where has that left the circuit, the grassroots circuit, on which really the entire rest of the industry relies on?
Okay, well, I'll take it as a general question. Hopefully, you can get something out of this. Yeah, obviously, it's been a very difficult time for not just the venue operators, but also the artists, the crew, everybody else that's involved in this sector. It's a huge number of performances to lose. Sometimes we don't talk about that enough. We're talking about 250,000 odd performances that didn't take place this year. That's an astonishing number of, well, just the amount of activity that involves, all the underlying jobs, everything being wiped out like that. The current situation really is that we're in a kind of holding pattern. We think we can see the road ahead, and we think there might be a light at the end of the tunnel, but at the moment we haven't worked out whether it's an oncoming train. And partly that's because we aren't getting clarity really from the government. What we're getting is some signposting, which sounds good, and we have to build on that, and we have to start planning that if that happened, it would all be fantastic, and we'd finally be reviving live music, which is what we want to do. But at the same time, we are treading water week after week at the moment without anything really moving forward to that objective. It's tough out there, let's be honest, and especially so after a year, and especially in a year where, as I always tell people, you haven't just taken away people's right to earn a living. You've taken away what they choose to do with their life anyway. People who run these type of venues and the people who work in them, this is a lifestyle choice. You didn't just take away the money that's in their bank. You took away the way they feel about themselves. You took away the reason why they get up in the morning. So it's tough.
It is tough, and I've done a lot of reporting around this, and certainly anecdotally, a lot of people seem to have given up on that lifestyle and have gone to drive vans or do something else entirely. When live music does come back, Mark, how big an issue is that going to be? How much of the infrastructure is still going to be around?
Yeah, the answer is we don't know yet. I mean, that's the truth. We're sort of hoping that whatever anybody had to do to get themselves through this crisis, they're going to remember what it was like. But I mean, returning to a career that was on the cusp of breaking a year ago, and then losing that opportunity and having to rebuild it again. Wow, the effort that goes into getting to a position of nearly breaking through, which is where most of our venues are, it can take people lifetimes to get to that position, and that's their chance. And to take that away, are we expecting that David and Annabella's members, are Are they just going to come back and have another go? I don't know.
So, I mean, there's obviously a lot of negatives. It's been a really tough time for everybody. Have there been any positives to come out of the last year? I mean, obviously some artists and record companies have done very well with streaming in the past year. The live streaming thing has come through. Are there any sort of plus points that we can take from this time? Things we've learned that will perhaps stay with us as part of the industry once all this is over?
I think there's been a lot of innovation, actually. I think people have made, what do they call it, a silk purse out of a sow's ear. There are people who, and particularly artists, who've been incredibly creative in the ways that they've been engaging with their fans. You talk about live streaming. I mean, there've been all forms of live streaming, from people live streaming in their bedrooms to the most beautifully produced shows like the Dua Lipa show that was like an entire world in itself at Printworks, with stars popping in and out from all over the world. So, yeah, amazing creativity. And some of those things have earned money. Some of them have cost an awful lot more to put on than they've ended up earning, which is why we've been having a lot of debates about how the money should be shared, because there is not much money there, and when it is, an awful lot of it's gone into putting these amazing events on in the first place and employing people. Biffy Clyro's manager is my chair, and he was just saying that when they managed to do the gig at Glasgow Barrowlands back in August, it was the first time that most of the crew and their wider kind of team had worked in months at that point. And exactly as Mark says, this is not just jobs for people. This is their entire lives. So being able to bring those moments throughout the pandemic where people have been able to see glimmers of light. But it's not been ideal. And I think most of us and most of the artists would have preferred to have been performing to real people and real audiences if only they could have done. It's been making the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah, I think to expand on that, I would say that we've sort of in some cases seen the very best of people as well, and particularly with artists like Frank Turner or Nick Cave setting up fundraisers for their crew. I think we've seen a great deal of that support across the industry, and I think beyond that as well. Mark probably sees me more than anybody else on calls. Annabella and I on practically every call that he's on now. I think the industry as a whole has cooperated a lot more than I've ever seen. So the last 12 months have demonstrated that we can achieve things together. I think we've all always thought that all parts of the industry are reliant on the other parts. But we haven't always behaved that way. I think this has really thrown that into the light in the past 12 months as well. Nothing will really excel without the rest of the industry. So I think it's really shown that interconnectedness.
I think David's right. It's that ecosystem. It's been brought into the public. You can see it now, and you can see how it functions much more clearly than we perhaps ever could before. We finally heard the stories of everybody that's a cog in that machine. How they play their role, and perhaps we didn't recognise that enough before this, and that is one of the things that could come out of this, that we can finally hear about. What does somebody do? How do they do it? Why is it important to all the rest of us? I think that's been a positive, and I pick up exactly what David. I mean, frankly, if I see David again, on another screen, I think I might break my own screen. I just want to get back to doing it because that's what I'm about. I'm about people. I think we're a people industry. That's what we are. That's what we love to do, and this is very challenging in that industry.
I would echo all of that, and I think clearly there has been some innovation, as Annabella was saying, which I think will be really valuable. Some elements of the industry, the creative industries, have done quite well. So streaming has, as we know, has sort of boomed over this period, and the games industry similarly has done pretty well as a largely online sector. I think that's perhaps sort of accelerated trends that were there already. I suppose the other thing, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a direct impact of COVID, but the other thing I take quite strong comfort from is the government, in its plan for growth that was published with the budget, has clearly recognised how important the creative industries are to the economy, but also to all of our lives and the life of the of the country. I think that gives us a good platform on which to build. And my sense is, interested in others' views, but my sense, and certainly from our discussions in the Creative Industries Council, my sense is that actually, if the support is there to enable our sectors and the people who work in them to get through this period, actually we're very well placed to bounce back very strongly and quickly and successfully. And I think that's something that government is recognising too.
Has it also shone a light onto some of the things in the music industry that perhaps haven't been working for everyone? If you look at how the fixed streaming and broken records campaigns have sort of gathered momentum during this period when everybody realised that they didn't have any income from live music and perhaps weren't getting what they needed from their recorded side of the music. We've seen the DCMS inquiry. Is there going to be, once we come out of this period, is there going to be a kind of fundamental look at the way the whole system works for the artists and the songwriters, the creatives that are at the heart of it?
I mean, we certainly hope so. Sorry, David.
That's all right. I was just going to say exactly the same, really. I hope so. And I think to Mark's earlier point, I think that this last 12 months has really made the sort of underbelly or the mechanics of the industry really visible. And I think honing in on particularly the Broken Record campaign and the streaming inquiry, I think what's really been evident from that is that the perspective at the beginning of that from the public to the view at the end of the issues has changed. I think some of the conversation has really changed, and it's really shone a light on A, how the thing works, and B, where the flaws are, which were possibly not what most people would have expected at the beginning. And I think to Mark's point, I think more people really recognise how shows are put together now. Who's behind those shows? There's one person on stage and there's 200 crew members behind that stage. You know, I think these things shining a light and making those parts of the industry really visible is really important. And I think that has happened in the past 12 months a lot more than it's ever happened before.
Yeah, I mean, John used to work at DCMS. I don't know if you've been following the music streaming inquiry, but what's the likelihood they'll actually take some action as a result of what's been sort of coming through in that inquiry?
I think that's a good question, and I'm not sure. I haven't followed it. I haven't been following it in very much detail.
You've missed a lot of fun, let me tell you.
Yeah.
But I think, as I said, I mean, the government has recognised, I think, increasingly over the last few years, and it's not just in the last year, but there's increasing recognition of the important part that music industry and the wider creative industries play, and the vital sort of importance to the future of the UK and the future of the economy, and the fact that it is a global strength that we have. We are leaders in this area. So my sense is that there is there's a positive outlook from government towards the sector, but I know a lot of the issues around streaming and the detail of how that works and how rights work are complicated. So I think there is a sort of slightly open door there with government, but we need to keep making the case very strongly.
Well, that's what's interesting. It's kind of a conversation that's, particularly on the economics of streaming, that's been around for a long time. When I joined the MMF 5 years ago, we published our first digital dollar report that Mark may remember, which was trying to start to demystify how the money flowed from streaming services back through rights holders and back hopefully to artists and songwriters, where the issues were, where it wasn't flowing very well or it was getting stuck. And it's actually sort of taken the pandemic, I think, and the world sort of stopping for the issue, and the live music stopping, for it really to become the issue to come to the forefront. And I think they're discussions that we all needed to have. What I desperately hope is that when the world does start coming back, it doesn't just stop and they say, actually, no, we don't need to deal with that anymore, because there are actually some real fundamental issues, certainly for artists, about how that system is constructed, And actually how we've taken what was an analog system, mapped it onto a digital world, and that has suited some players in our sector more than others, and it's just been, that's a fait accompli, there you go, you're stuck with it. And I've worked in and around government before as well, and I've seen parliamentary reports that come to nothing. I've seen others that do start to, create a shift in the discussion and lead to something. And this is only the Parliament Committee making recommendations to government, but what we desperately hope that government does is actually say, right, there is an issue here, what can be done about it, and not just go off and commission more reports, but government has an awful lot of power in being able to bring people together and force industries to come to solutions. And John will know this through the Creative Industries Council, but there have been various initiatives. There was a brilliant one around search engines a few years ago where the BPI and the Motion Picture Association and others sat down together with government in the room and said, look, we've got a problem here with piracy on search engines. We're going to make you all sit down together and figure out a way through this. And government kind of had that role of convening and making people come up with solutions. And I desperately hope that that's kind of where we end up going to, rather than it's all too complicated and that they walk
And I think
away.
that aspect of the of the debate is one that very much has landed with government. As you say, those round table processes were helpful, and there have been more of those going on. I think making progress in some areas, but that sort of broad issue of ensuring that those who create music and creative product actually then get sort of fair value for that when that's sold. I think at that level it has landed. We're in a much better place perhaps than we were a few years ago. But in terms of the kind of detail, particularly how that works within different parts of the sector, I think perhaps that's the area that sort of needs looking at further.
Yeah. I think I would just add that the DCMS have to be really commended, I think, for bringing that inquiry forward. It's a groundbreaking inquiry, and there's a lot of information that wasn't public before. But very much from our perspective, this is step one. They're absolutely, what the inquiry has shown is that there needs to be action. So, as Annabella says, where this goes from here is really important, particularly on things like the copyright or UK equivalent of the copyright directive, and issues in that area. So it will be interesting to see what's next. But my personal view is the cat is out of the bag on these issues now. It can't really be put back in. So I can't possibly see how nothing can be done from here. But and we'll certainly be pushing for that as well. So.
You may have slightly more faith in the government than some of the people watching this panel, but we'll see. We'll find out. We'll find out soon enough. But I mean, it does feel, or it has felt over the last few weeks, that we are starting to see a little bit of light at the end of the COVID tunnel. How confident are we all feeling that gigs and festivals will start to happen this summer and beyond? Mark, you're at the coalface on this one. How's it looking for you and your members?
I think it does look very, very promising. After 12 months of this, I should say that I don't watch an awful lot of government press conferences anymore. I like to try and get my information from published data. In fact, if I had my way, I'd never let them do another press conference again. But I think there's a lot of positive stuff going on. There's a lot of good opportunities. There's a framework emerging where you can imagine that live music could be delivered safely, which is of course the only thing that really matters. We're not interested in being open because they say we can be open. It's about safety. So the question for us is, are we going to end up with a set of circumstances that enables us to do that? I think we will. If you looked at the data on the vaccinations and you looked at the impact of vaccinations on the population, which we've been doing for some months now, you would say that the dates they've published are not that far away from the data. They're pretty closely aligned. You can see what the impact of vaccinations would be. You can understand what that is, and actually you can say, okay, I don't really listen to them when they tell me this date or that thing or whatever, but I do look at the data and conclude myself, and have other people who analyse it for us saying, okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. What will it look like, I think, is really important for people to understand, because I think there's going to be a new risk has emerged which we will need to manage, and that's going to involve venues, staff, artists being very on top of that message and being very, very clear about how we now deliver live music safely in the base of this new risk.
Yeah, there's a lot to get through, and I think it's easy to forget, isn't it, that promoters and everybody else in the live industry are taking on all sorts of risks, including financial risks. I mean, there's no government-backed insurance scheme yet, which is particularly relevant to festivals. How big an obstacle is that to artists and getting to play outside this summer, do we think?
It's really difficult, and the insurance, you say the risk. I mean, there's a risk on artists as well, when they say they're going to play shows, all the pre-production work, the hiring of your crew, potentially musicians you're working with, potentially building sets. There's an awful lot of liability at every stage in the chain, and it's amazing. Some festival promoters are able to kind of announce that they're hoping to go ahead towards the end of the summer. I think most seem to be towards the end of the summer. We've got to figure out how we try and share that risk as fairly as possible so that concerts can happen, because there are costs everywhere. The other thing just to add is, I think everyone desperately wants to get back to performing live. Everyone we've talked to, provided it's safe. But even if it does start to happen, and hopefully, small venues will be some of the first that go back, early doors, and then hopefully festivals, and then hopefully bigger arenas. But international touring is something that's looking increasingly unlikely this year. I was just talking to a manager who's still, in theory, got an American tour in the autumn, and he's saying, I'm not going to try and spend a penny until we get to a stage where it looks like it might actually go ahead, but I'm having to try and process visas already, and so I am going to have some costs now, and actually now we've got that happening. I know we're going to come on to Brexit, but in Europe as well. So touring coming back is brilliant, but it's actually only touring potentially coming back for the UK, nowhere near an international resumption of kind of normal activity.
Yeah, I mean, it often seems, doesn't it, like the government thinks you just press a button and live music is going to come back instantly. But rarely works that way for any gig that I've ever been to, certainly. Okay, we seem to have lost a couple of our panellists. I think we should have a panel on the state of Wi-Fi in the UK. David's reappeared.
Apologies, I don't know what happened there.
Okay, well, let's to coin a phrase, let's get Brexit done, shall we? As part of this panel. So it's it kicked in at the start of the year when most people had other things on their mind, to be honest with you. So we haven't felt the full impact, but I think people are already very concerned about the sort of end of visa-free touring for artists. So there's obviously a bit of a disagreement between the UK government and Europe about who's to blame for this. But whoever's to blame, it's a mess, isn't it, David?
Yeah, I don't personally. I don't really care who's to blame. It just needs fixing. You talk about permits and visas, obviously a huge issue and a huge expense. Again, similar to the point that we make about the pandemic, that right across the diversity of the artist community, everybody is going to be impacted by this. So permits and visas are obviously very important, but there's also carnets, and we're also hugely concerned about haulage and cabotage. And possibly they're going to be more expensive and more difficult to fix those issues in that area. But if you're an earlier stage artist, 200 or 300 quid on a visa for playing in Spain is the difference between doing the show and not doing the show, and the difference between a tour working and a tour not working. So we're incredibly concerned about this. As I say, the who's to blame doesn't really matter. We've just desperately got to get this fixed. I mean, I dropped out, so I missed a bit of the conversation before, but as you were talking about the return to live, trying to balance up this excitement about returning to live, and the domestic season that we will have, or at least part of the domestic season this year, will be fantastic. But it's got to be the exception and not the rule. Our industry is built on cultural exchange. Our industry is built on touring for the past 40 or 50 years. So this year it's got to be the exception. And the other point to make is, we may have covered this when I dropped off, but there's a real double-edged sword in the narrative that the pandemic has saved the issues arising from Brexit, because we're seeing artists turning gigs down now and having to make decisions about gigs now that are unviable. You know, European festivals are booking now for 2022. So this is immediate, and it's something that really needs, in my view, a great deal more focus and a great deal more urgency from government. You know, our door is open is not good enough, I'm afraid. It needs to be a lot more proactive, the approach.
Yeah, I mean, they do seem to be taking this sort of primary school playground approach to this. In that we're not going to talk to them first; they've got to talk to us. But John, you're an expert in lobbying. What can be done? Because there doesn't seem to be much will from government to sort this out. Certainly not much urgency to sort it out. Is there anything that can be done to speed up the issue? Because it is going to hit a lot of people very hard once they look to get back on the road.
Well, it is a live issue with government. I suppose the first thing I say is it's sort of frustrating that we're in this position. In actually the first piece of work that I did with the Creative Industries Council was just after the referendum, in looking at what are the potential implications of Brexit for the creative industries, and this was one of the issues that was flagged quite prominently right at the beginning as one that we needed to safeguard. So it's frustrating, and you can see perhaps how it happens with a huge rush at the end to agree a kind of 1,200-page agreement. Some of the ramifications of that sort of come out afterwards. I think the issue has been sort of recognised, and some of you may have heard Oliver Dowden, Secretary of State at DCMS, talking about sort of export help and a possible export office, and he was on the radio again this morning. There are conversations happening with DCMS, but I suppose recognising the problem and finding a solution are different things. In terms of practicality, and clearly kind of aiming away from, as you put it, the kind of playground politics that is going on at the sort of high public level, I guess practically there will be the parameters that are actually set in the deal are going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to change in the immediate future. But I suppose the question is, what kind of sort of practical help and guidance can be offered to enable artists and touring organisations to navigate the sort of framework that we're in now? Are there things that can be done bilaterally with individual countries as well, with the leeway that they may have to make things easier? I don't think there's a silver bullet to this, and I very much see the need for pace, as well as sort of thinking about how we can make things sort of work over the longer term, and also how we can then harness sort of proactive support from government in driving up exports and touring activities sort of over the medium term.
Yeah, I would echo that. I mean, I've also actually, the more clarity we've got, the more pessimistic I've become. Like every time, for example, we got an email yesterday, we knew that there are problems now that any UK vehicle that is travelling in Europe for commercial purposes is now limited to 3 stops, which is fine if you're taking one load from Leeds to Lille and coming back again, but it does not work at all for touring. And so we knew that that would apply to big concert trucks. So there were lots of people looking at relocating to the Netherlands, and there was going to be additional costs, but we were kind of thinking, well, that's terrible, but hopefully there are ways to fix it. Even if they increase costs, they'll increase costs on those very much bigger tours, which might have some of the margins to be able to absorb some of the costs and the leeway with the costs. I mean, we got an email, David and I, yesterday from the government saying even splitter vans, which, you know, early stage artists, all your gear in the back, band in the front, off you go down to Dover, across, and you do, gigs for £500 if you're lucky a night. You only just cover your costs. You're sleeping in a hostel, if not in the back of the van. You can't do that now. We were told that splitter vans are now included in the 3-stop rule. Never mind them needing a £300 carnet. They now also, so you potentially have to go to Calais, go across, unload all your stuff, and work with a European van and driver to get round this 3-stop rule. And the costs associated with that are enormous, because you have these deadhead drives where you're basically driving vans around or hiring vans which aren't actually being used. And so we've been so worried about, every time we learn more about work permits and visas, we kind of take another sharp intake of breath in. Carnets, we were like, okay, they're not great, but it's a one-off cost for a year at about £300. But yeah, you add on the additional transportation costs that you can see a way to get around the rules, but that definitely costs money. And so John, I would agree with you. We need clarity and guidance. We actually need some money from government. They gave £26 million to the fishing industry for a transition fund. Fishing industry employs 12,000 people. We've done some work. UK artists played 20,000 dates in Europe alone in 2019 before COVID. And they employed, the artists and the crew and, session musicians, everyone. They employed circa 30,000 people. So at least double, maybe more than employed by the fishing industry. We've not seen a penny of a transition fund, and you can give us all the advice you want about these bloody visas. Unless they actually try and help absorb some of those costs, these tours won't happen. And the knock-on impact on that, so for example, I've got a member who's been touring Europe for several years, but mainly investing in building their career, and their tour from 2020 has been moved to 2022. And the fees they're getting for 3 of the dates in Spain are about £4,000. And they said that £4,000 for the Spanish dates is already allocated in paying for the transport, the accommodation, and the crew, and all the per diems. That's it. So it was never going to make money. It was going to break even, but that then helps the festival bookings in Spain that you make more money on. It helps grow the audience. So they were planning on playing in Spain. They've now started working out just the work permit cost alone is another £2,500. So they're basically like, we can't do it. Our fee is already taken up. We can't get another £2,500. We're just going to have to take Spain out. And the moment you take Spain out, it has a knock-on impact on the rest of your tour, but it also means you might not get those festival bookings next year, and then you might not get the bigger tour. So you start looking at that, and that's where I desperately hope government can realise that for the sake of £2,500, the future income you're potentially sacrificing, and the employment and the rest of it is much greater in the longer term. So if we don't, we need to ask them for some cold hard cash to pick up and cover the costs of the mess that we've got in the meantime, until hopefully they negotiate with the Spanish government on a bilateral basis, or they change the cabotage rules. But in the meantime, we need some money.
Yeah,
it's almost.
I was just going to say I would agree with both Annabella and John fervently. Really, I think, as Annabella says and John mentioned, recognizing the problem is step one. As we do that, we are finding more issues than we're solving. Mitigating those in the short term with some cash and looking at long-term solutions. That government has to move quickly on these things, and I think that we talked earlier about the role that creative industries and music will play in the recovery. This has the potential to derail that role that the music industry could play in the recovery post-pandemic, massively. And I think it also goes back to a little bit of the stuff we were talking about earlier about people understanding the mechanics of the industry and government understanding the mechanics of the industry. I mean, Ed O'Brien talked about in his appearance at the DCMS Select Committee, he talks about Radiohead. There would have been no Radiohead without touring Europe and playing stages and festivals at 11 o'clock in the morning, and doing every gig that they could get and driving around in a van. That is how the industry works. That is how artists grow their careers. It is how they develop audiences. It is how they grow their streaming revenue. It is how they get festival offers and how they get other appearance opportunities. So it's really important for government to recognise how that all fits together and how that is all interlinked. I mean, in front of the DCMS hearing the other day, the reports of a musician that was being charged £900 by a Belgian region for his visa. It is completely unfeasible for early stage artists that are going out for £200 or less, sometimes just expenses. They're never going to develop their career. And even for those larger artists, they're going to reduce their touring party. They're going to take fewer session musicians. They're going to have less people in their crew. So it's a really critical issue, and the music industry could play such an enormous part in the recovery. Our industry is a world leader, but this really needs addressing, or we're going to be in real dire straits as an industry.
It's almost as if Brexit was a terrible idea, isn't it?
No comment.
But now I know we're running out of time, so let's try and pull these strands together. So you've got COVID and Brexit together, like some axis of evil, and you guys are coping with the impact of both. But how confident do we feel that the industry is going to come back from this? And if you look at where the industry was in 2019, it was in a very healthy place. Can we get back to that sort of level? And if so, how long is it going to take? Mark, do you want to answer that one first?
I think you could certainly say that the timing is hardly ideal. Obviously, we knew that Brexit was coming at us. We didn't know this was coming at us. A combination of those two things definitely removes opportunity in a way that we couldn't have thought about or couldn't have planned for. There's another point to make, which is that actually I think has been mentioned about the international touring. We've been around our European partners. We're part of something called Live DMA, which is a collection of all the associations like ours that represent venues right across Europe. And they're not in the position to start trying to deal with the problems that they've got from Brexit, because they're still dealing with the problems we've got from COVID. I think we are looking at a very difficult time, frankly, for grassroots artists trying to get into Europe, and the same the other way around, for a lengthier period of time, and probably we won't even get around to looking at the problems that Brexit is actually delivering to us in a very practical way until we get past the problems that COVID has done. So the date on which we can imagine that touring coming back, the date on which we can imagine that exchange of creativity restarting, is now significantly further in the distance than it was even when we knew about Brexit. I think it's also important to say that Brexit, there's been no deal for grassroots artists. That hasn't been dealt with at all. There is no Brexit withdrawal agreement as far as artists are concerned and as crew is concerned at our level. We are now having to get a deal in place, which is a much more complicated process. Government really should have thought about that and done something about it at the time.
And how about the rest of you guys? Annabella, are you feeling optimistic about the future?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, and to come back to the streaming inquiry and why it's happened, not all of the industries had a bad year. Actually, if you look at the numbers for recorded music, and we're pleased about this, I'm not saying this in like, oh, those guys are all right, we're all having an awful time. It's marvellous that recorded music has grown so much. Can you imagine if this pandemic had hit kind of 15 years ago, when we were in the height of piracy and no one was paying for streaming? I mean, it would have been even more disastrous. So it's been brilliant that recorded music streaming subscriptions have boomed. That's fantastic. And that there's been live streaming. I think what I hope is that the whole industry, and it sort of comes back to what we were saying before, recognises its responsibility to each other. So, recorded music, yes, it's done okay without live music, but in the long term, what's built most of those artists is learning the craft of the performance and performing live and going around the world and building audiences. So I hope that the industry pulls back together, and particularly supporting those emerging artists. Talk about, loss of opportunity. This time last year we would have been at South by. There'd be so many artists who are kind of on the up, and they've not been able to spend the last year performing actually to audiences. So there's an impact on them, and there's an impact on those who come after them. So I hope the sense of we're all in this together, I hope that continues and we do help each other out of it.
It's a good point, David, isn't it? I mean, that last year was one of the years where barely anyone broke through, really, which is very unusual for the British music scene. Your members who are just starting out in their careers. It must be discouraging, isn't it? If you're a new
Yeah, I
artist.
completely agree. I'm very, very concerned about that level of artists. You know, the inertia and the energy that is needed to get your first album together or to get your first international tour together. That's years and years and years, and to have that dashed by the pandemic, it's going to take an enormous amount of focus and an enormous amount of support to sort of bridge that gap in the talent pipeline, I think. So it's one of the things that we're really focused on, and I think it's one of the things that's going to be really important as we start to recover, to focus on who who has sort of dropped out and was just about there, and how do we support the industry to bridge that gap. So I think that's really important. But I think, look, I'm although people would disagree with this, I'm an eternal optimist. So I think we can get back and we will get back, and we have to get back because we desperately need to. I mean, we are a success story as an industry. Our artists are recognized all over the world. And as we talked about earlier, we're an incredibly innovative bunch as well. So I think we will get back, and we have to. But you know, we really need the support to not make that recovery harder than it needs to be. I think that's the key thing from my perspective.
Support is crucial, isn't it? Isn't it, John? So is there some sort of magic button that people can press to make sure they get that? I'm hoping you're going to say yes, and all our problems will be over.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure there is a magic button. I haven't found one yet. And obviously, no one has a crystal ball. There's still sort of uncertainty, but I very much want to share sort of David and Annabella's optimism. I think certainly the sector can bounce back, and I think it will with. So we've been saying through this conversation, with the right support in place. I think there needs to be a really sort of proactive focus, both within industry that I know is there, and with government, about how we make sure the conditions are there and the right support is there to enable that to happen. But you know, the music industry is a really, really important part of our lives. The demand hasn't gone away, as we've seen. You know, quite the opposite in some ways from what's happened with streaming. So that would give me confidence that with the right kind of support in place, actually we can come back and continue to be a world leader.
Well, let's hope so. A nice optimistic note to end things on, just as well as probably there's a few people watching contemplating getting into the music business. So yes, do it. Don't be put off. Honestly, it's a lot of fun when things get back to normal. So hopefully that's been helpful to everybody watching, and has got everybody ready to make the most of that light at the end of the tunnel, assuming it's not an oncoming train, as Mark pointed out. So all that remains is to say a huge thank you to our panel, John Zeff, Mark David, Annabella Coldrick and David Martin. I'm Mark Sutherland. Don't forget to check out what their organisations do. Details should be on your screen. And check out the rest of OneFest. And hopefully next year we'll be doing this in the real world.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you for joining us for this panel today. I guess a round of introductions first. So I'll go first. My name is Meenal. I run a company called The Music Assistant. I'm also head of global operations for She Said So. I'm passionate about inclusion within the music industry and removing stigma from conversations around mental health.
I'm Sally Ann Gross, and I'm the co-author of a book called Can Music Make You Sick? That is the culmination of 5 years research into music and mental health in the music industry. And I'm the course director of the Master's Programme Music Business Management at the University of Westminster. And I've worked in the music industry both here in the UK and in France for the last 30 years. And I've done everything from A&R to now I'm a business affairs consultant.
Good morning. I'm Michael Corford. I think I'm the outlier here this morning because I'm speaking to you from the remote hills. I work in sport. I'm a sports psychologist. I spent most of my life outside working in sports, particularly now across things like football and cricket and everything from darts to dressage. And my life has been spent, as I say, working with teams and organisations around athletes' mental well-being. That's my real interest, is their mental well-being, because their skills are given. It's the mental side of and the well-being side of sport that fascinates me most, and it's good to be here in a very different audience this morning, so I'll do my best to keep up.
I'm Barry Ashworth from a band called the Dub Pistols. I'm a musician, singer, festival promoter and patron for Tonic Music for Mental Health. Mental health is something I'm very passionate about in the music industry, having suffered from the ups and lows and the addictions that go with it during my course of my career, which has been quite long.
My name's Steve Lewis. I work for Tonic Music for Mental Health, and I started with them in January, and before then I've been working for the NHS, Southern Health Service. I've worked as a community psychiatric nurse since 2007. Alongside that, well, basically for the last about 25 years or more, I've a singer-songwriter, and I've been an event organiser.
When I write about mental health, one of the films that really always comes back to mind when I'm thinking about music and mental health, when I'm thinking about hyper competition, industries that have hyper competition in them, I think about that film They Shoot Horses, Don't They? I don't know if you've seen that. It's a 1970s film about a dancing competition during the Great Depression in America. And it was a very famous Oscar-winning film at the time, and it deals with the social reality of the extreme poverty of the Depression, and that's the kind of running motif. These people are dancing themselves almost to death, trying to win the prize. Anyway, so it's a motif that I use when I talk about people's kind of commitment to the working in an area when you love what you do, and you just want to carry on believing that you can win, or you want to carry on believing that this is you. Your relationship to what you do is so embedded in your psyche that giving up seems an impossible, or it's that kind of contrast. And that film, it's an amazingly good film.
Kind of on that point, Sally, like with so many comparisons, it's so interesting, with the touring stress for both jockeys and musicians, pressure for success, financial insecurity. It's so interesting how, these two industries that don't ever cross paths have so many similarities. And with jockeys, it seems that there's an incredible support system around them, almost like an ecosystem, from rehabilitation centres, opportunities to retrain and wellbeing support. And so, Michael, I guess I'll come to you first. Can you tell us what we can implement from the racing industry into the music industry? And also, can you tell us a little bit about your work with the Injured Jockeys Fund?
I'll take the second one first because that's easier to answer. The Injured Jockeys Fund is 53 years old, and horse racing takes place, as Barry said there, he's just outside Royston near Newmarket. Horse racing takes place in little pockets of the country. I call it a travelling village pub, if you can remember a village pub. They're lovely little things we used to go to years ago. But it is a travelling village pub. Everyone knows everyone else. They also know their business, they know their social life, they know how things are going. And we spotted 50 odd years ago that they get hurt a lot. They don't get paid very much. They're on the road all the time. They live their life on the road. They can drive 60, 70, 80,000 miles a year. They can't eat anything. And you can imagine they'll already start thinking about is your next meal. So a network was set up to assist them. I was part of that network back in the mid to late 80s when I was in an executive role in horse racing. Now my role is obviously the compassionate end. And so over the last 10 years, we realized that we needed to just create these little hubs, these rehab centers. And so we were able, with the help of all the support that we get, to build a rehab center in Lambourne, where I'm living now, just down here, down the M4 part, in between Reading and Swindon, and Newmarket, and in Moulton in North Yorkshire. And we call rehab centres because that's where jockeys and ex-jockeys congregate, A, to get better from their injuries, and B, pre-COVID, of course, it was just a good place to meet, and it's created a real village, and they are villages almost. Newmarket's a town, but the other two are really villages, really. And it's created these three centres of kindness, and that's just come off the top of my tongue, by the way. They are three centres of kindness. And when you get centres like that, it just creates nothing but a will to help people, to understand people, get to know people. And the thing I was associated with many years ago was the retraining of athletes at the end of their career, because it's a pretty short career, or can be a very short career, particularly if you're riding horses. So we looked after their aftercare also, and we've just created this real culture, I think, of genuine compassion and kindness. And to steal Sally's phrase, in the most hyper-competitive arena you can imagine, because they're all self-employed, they're all after each other's work, they all want to beat each other, yet you couldn't get a rizzler between them in terms of their, if you like, team camaraderie. So we've just tried to build on that and just look out and look after people. It's no more complicated than that. It's caring for them and looking out for them, knowing that they will hit problems with injury, with health, with mental health, with addiction, with loss of purpose at some point of their lives.
And again, they're all kind of issues which are seen in the music industry. So that, again, that's just such a comparison. So I guess, Barry, I will come to you next as a musician and also patron for Tonic Music. What are your thoughts on the current support for musicians? Where can we as an industry do better? And also, can you kind of touch on Tonic Music a little bit for people that don't know about it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the current situation obviously has been absolutely devastating in the music industry, as in the whole of the sports, entertainment, hospitality industry across, the whole sector has been absolutely devastated. My work with Tonic Music for mental health has mostly been as a fundraiser, but recently have started taking in to understand more, because my thoughts were, having gone through the highs and lows. I've suffered the addictions, the alcohol to drink, to drugs. I've suffered the depression from the late nights, the constant touring, the stress, the bad reviews, the good reviews. It's only ever the bad reviews that you remember, sadly, and just the constant pressure that you're constantly putting yourself on, and the anxiety that a lot of artists suffer just from having to go on and perform. And so I got involved with Tonic possibly 10 years ago. This year we set up a thing called the Tonic Rider, which was particularly aimed at people within the industry, not just the artists, but also the crews, the production crews, and every aspect of it, basically, because everybody had lost their livelihood. And I've been phoning around like various different friends and peers of mine constantly throughout this, and they've struggled so badly because they've had their, not just because they've had their livelihood taken away, they've had their whole sense of who they are and their being taken away, and the uncertainty of when it's ever going to be coming back. So the pressure on them has been absolutely, it's just been immense and unbearable, and it's been heartbreaking to listen to them. And even sitting in on peer groups, just talking to the other musicians and the stress that they're going through at the moment it literally breaks my heart. I mean, I had a meeting yesterday, and I thought, like, because it kind of feels like we're almost on the verge of coming out of this with festival dates and things like that being re-announced. That in itself has brought a whole new load of anxiety because people suddenly started to think they've got to perform again. But you know, it is like the horse racing industry. So it is competitive, and you don't mean to, but you know, someone's got to be number one, and whatever goes up in this industry has to, by definition, come down. You know, so you're going to go high and you're going to go low, and certainly, and you're going to be led down. The way that you're treated within the industry leaves you very vulnerable if you're that kind of person. And generally, artists and sports people are quite vulnerable.
Barry, can I comment on that about the highs and the lows? Because I think what I've discovered over the years, and by the way, I like what you do. We all love our music, and a few years ago now, I toured with an Irish band when they on their Christmas tour over here in the back of the bus, and my life was completely stood in its head for a week, because normally when I get up, they were going to bed, and when they were going to bed, I was getting up. So I just turned it on its head. And you're waking up in Bristol, you're waking up in Nottingham, you're waking up in Windsor, you're waking up in Glasgow. You just woke up in a car park until the sound check came along at 4 o'clock, and then you'd have the backstage meal, and then you do the gig, and then you do the after gig bit. And honestly, it was 4 o'clock in the morning before you even saw them wound down and even think about getting some rest at the back of the bus and reviewing the gig. And you're dead right, you only remember the bad reviews. And when talking to Sandra before we got this session, the similarities between the two mad industries, they were joined at the hip, because it's often riddled with uncertainty. Your next review you think will finish you, the next bad gig you think will finish you, the next bad ride you think will finish you, and that's why I think the mental health aspect of it, of trying to balance up the highs and lows, are so difficult to do, Barry, because there's not much in between in sport and music.
Well, I think everyone considers both industries to be completely glamorous, and the actual reality is so far from the truth. Like you just said, we spend most of our life thousands of miles sitting in the back of a tin can, waiting for, doing a sound check, sitting around most of the time for an hour and a half to perform, reach this amazing high, and then, like you said, and then you have this massive come down, and then it all starts again. And quite often, certainly when you're younger, you don't really ever sleep. You literally go from one venue, you'll go to an after party, you'll go to wherever, and then you'll go straight to an airport. So it just, it's a constant. The stress levels are constant. Mostly self. You bring them on yourself. I've learned the hard way. To cope with it now. I try not to let myself get too high, and I try not to, when things aren't going so well, I try not to beat myself up so badly about it.
The four that jump out at me straight away, and we're a tiny little village industry, really, although we employ a lot of people and it gets headlines, both good and bad at times. We've got four main organisations. The jockeys themselves have their own union called the Professional Jockeys Association. I was lucky to be chief executive. It sounds a grand title, of that for 15 years. It was a small team of us working on the welfare side and making sure that just jockeys were treated fairly. And that, I suppose, if there's one word as I scribbled it down here this morning, it's, I think in life, if you're treated fairly, you'll give, and you'll keep going, and you'll be enthusiastic. And I just tried to get them treated fairly. So all those years ago, this was in the late 80s, early 90s. We brought in psychology, we brought in physiotherapy, we brought in nutrition. And the thing I'm most passionate about in performance is sleep, because I'd like to meet the one human being who can survive and function and not get too high, not get too low without good sleep. And sport and music are designed to completely muck up your sleep and routines. So that's one to bear in mind. So the PJA looks after their day-to-day welfare. Then we've got the Injured Jockeys Fund, of which I'm now a trustee, and we look after current and ex-jockeys, because there's a lot of people who used to play sport, and we don't lose touch with them throughout the year. And we try and have these little touch points where we know how they are. It might be give them satellite TV so they can watch their beloved racing on the telly for a year. We're always in touch with the elder people who were the pioneers before the current jockeys. So we've got the Injured Jockeys Fund and the 3 rehab centres. We've then got Racing Welfare, which looks after the whole industry, and it's well named because it looks after the welfare of the racing industry. That's the stable staff who ride out the horses. That's how I started in my life years ago, just riding horses out here. Never sat on a horse. I was just shoveling horse manure for 7 years, and they look after the staff and all the other people who work in the industry, like blacksmiths, etc. And then the one I'm very proud of was the Jockeys Employment Training Education Training Scheme, JETS, because we started that in the early 90s, and that was to prepare jockeys for life when they couldn't ride anymore, because we knew that 35 in those days and 45 was about the limit. For a flat jockey was 45, for a jump jockey was 35. We got pensions introduced to them. We got a bill through Parliament which enabled them to have a pension taken at 35 or 45, because we wanted to retrain them for the second part of their life when they were pretty beaten up physically and often mentally. So we've got an amazing support network around the whole industry, because we know it's a tough industry. We know it's not global. As I say, we're a travelling village pub, but we really care about their physical and mental well-being from the start of their career right through to the very end. And then at the end of it all, if a family is left behind because a jockey has died early, we look after their family from there on in, to know that they too have the emotional support to keep them going for the rest of their lives. And that can mean anything through to finding the right property for them, helping them live there. And of course, we've got a number of disabled and people who've had terrible accidents, and obviously we care for them and their family for the rest of their lives. So there's a real support network around them, which I think we should be pretty proud of in racing.
And that's amazing, Michael, that there's such an amazing support system. Sally and Barry and Steve, if you're there, what support do we have in music? Can you I guess talk about that a little bit?
Well, I think we have a lot of different kinds of support, and music, unlike being a jockey, unlike horse racing, is a huge field. And that's one of the things that I'd say is that, we can talk about pop music or rock music or electronic music, but this was classical music. They don't all behave in exactly the same way, right? So I think that's important to understand, because we can look at solutions in discrete industries, but we have to think about kind of the longitudinal life of music and how we use music and what comes into that. And so different over the history of music and recorded music, which is a much shorter we had this kind of history. I noticed even on the news sheet that racing was 500 years old and music was 60 years old. Well, in fact, music is ancient, and that the way that musicians have been cared for by the church, by the state, by the crown, so there are all these different ways in which musicians have been cared for, and that there are different institutions. So Help Musicians originally started as a charity for classical musicians, and has expanded and adopted. The Musicians Union, which was used to be in the 1930s and in the introduction of records to radio, the Musicians Union was incredibly powerful. And the reason we have live music on Radio 1 and Radio 2 and Radio 4 today is because of the work that the Musicians Union did. And people don't know that. They think, oh, we just have live music because that's what people want. Well, actually, you don't. We have it because musicians fought for the right to play live on radio so they wouldn't be replaced by records, right? So I think some of these things are really important to understand, because as Barry says, when you're a self-employed musician on the road, that's it. There actually isn't a support structure. You're either relying on the benefit of the state, or you're relying on the benefit of the record company or publishing company that may be supporting you in some ways. But there's no 360-degree support. Our support is fragmented. So maybe Barry wants to say something more about that. But I think to contextualize it, I think it's really interesting to hear about. I'm very interested in this idea of early pensions, because I'm actually thinking a lot about the future of musical work. And I think this idea, musical careers are normally very short. And somebody like Barry or someone like myself, even, that have been working in the music industry for 30 years, actually very rare, right? So look at all the musicians. There are hundreds and thousands of musicians. I think that's another thing that we need to think about.
I think, I mean, the music, the work that Tonic do, which I think, like I said myself, I've benefited, and it's been my saviour is been doing the charity work for Tonic. It's given me something to focus on in a time where, I haven't had, I've done one show since last March. So that's given me a kind of purpose. But the things that they do like peer workshops where groups of musicians get together and they open up, and they really have been opening up, and I can really see the way that that's helped and grow. But they do like suicide prevention courses, anxiety courses for music, and so, lots of different workshops to basically help people cope with the different kinds of pressures that they're going through and go through constantly. And one of them that seems to keep coming up, Sally, is always their sense of self worth. A lot of musicians seem to have no sense of self worth and don't believe that they're actually worth anything, and even financially, let alone as a purpose. And I mean, it is a cruel industry without a shadow of a doubt. It's the same, very much the same as Michael said with the horse racing industry. Everybody wants to be number one. Only one person can be number one, but you will go up and you will go down. So, no, Tonic's work's been absolutely invaluable. But it's not also, and that's within the industry. But they also do a lot of work outside the industry, which is their workshops, which involve bringing people in, like they run a ska choir and a punk choir, and that's just getting people involved who can come along and perform, and just the power of a group of people singing together, the way that can lift and save their spirits has just been, it's an amazing thing to watch, and it's an amazing thing to be involved in.
Barry, when I hear that, because you're talking my era there, you might spot from seeing me on screen this morning from the punk era, the ska era, and you mentioned a punk choir, a ska choir. I'll be joining that, I can assure you. But it's just that sense of belonging to a group of people, and I think we've learnt that through COVID the last 12 months, because we love to belong to a group of people, and that's why we've got the rehab centres in Racing, Barry. It's just to get people together and talking and telling stories and reminiscing. We do. Again, all before wretched COVID, we had visiting schedules to go and see people, just to make sure that someone knocked on their front door, just to see how they were and let them tell their stories, hear a few stories, reminisce a bit, look forward, even a bit of old-fashioned mischievous gossip, Barry, just to feel part of a community and part of something. And that's why choirs are so brilliant, and that's why, as I say, when you hear your comments there, if you can just get people together and just talking and reminiscing and storytelling, it's a huge part, Barry, as you know, of your mental well-being.
Just getting people to open up, and it's like I said, the thing about when you get the peer groups is just getting a group of people together and just starting to make them understand that they're not the only person that are going through this. That most, you know, because something that came up in one of the workshops yesterday was everybody said that they felt like, and it's the same as everybody on social media, that they felt like everybody else was doing better than them, and that they, again, the confidence thing. I went, that's just all for show, as we all know. Trust me, every single one of those persons that are putting that I am the best, or I am this and I am that, that is not their reality. I can promise you, the moment that camera's off, they are not feeling like that person that they are on camera. That's the again part of what we do. But it's the same thing with social media that causes that problem, that makes everybody else feel like they're inferior to other people. But the one thing, like I said, the good thing about everybody getting together and talking about it has made everybody realise that they're not alone and that we are all feeling in the same way.
I also work in football in a football club, and my remaining big ambition in life and sport is to get people to talk. and to get particularly men to talk about how they feel, because we don't do that still. I know we talk about it a lot and we hear about it a lot, but we don't do it enough. And the phrase I live by also, Barry, is comparison is the thief of joy. Because if you compare yourself to someone else or some other group of people or some other band, it just takes all joy out of life. Because if you start comparing yourself to someone else, you'll always think, I'm not as good as them or him or her.
Absolutely. And I think as well, you know, personally, I'd like to see major labels or indie labels kind of tapping into organizations such as Tonic Music. Having worked at majors myself, especially the Tonic Rider program, which, you know, empowers individuals, not only musicians, but people who work in music, to help others with your mental health first aid training. Let's go to Sally now. So Sally, you've written this incredible book with George Musgrave, Can Music Make You Sick? It's posed some much needed questions in the music industry.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think we're failing musicians? And can you talk a little bit about your findings? Because the stats were just, you know.
Yeah, okay. Well, I also would like to say something about just talking about initiatives, because I realize I didn't do that in previously. But actually, all major labels now have mental health first aiders. They've done a lot of training in the last 2 years, and I've been into every major record label to talk about mental health in the music industry. I've also talked to the National Health Service about musicians and music. So I think that a lot of things, these discussions are causing actions, and things people are developing techniques. I think, you know, group therapies, bringing people together, all the kind of work that we see around resilience in the face of the kind of crushing characteristics of hyper competition wrapped up with the world of social media, that, as Barry says, causes another layer of distortion to people's own actual kind of daily trying to cope with their own feelings of anxiety about themselves and their identity and what's happening. Social media is literally, I think, you know, I always say with social media, George and I always say this at talks, is that, you know, we used to think smoking was cool and everybody smoked. And now we look at people that smoke in their cars and think, oh my, how gross. I remember people smoking on the underground, right? And that is how we will think about social media in 40 years' time. We will learn something about it. It will take a long time and people will die. You know, that's unfortunately the consequences of these things. But on the so with our study, you know, it's a longitudinal study. It started in 2016. Our first results was the biggest ever study of musicians in the UK, and we did a survey. We put the survey out online. It was shared widely, and we had responses from all over the world, and we had to take them out, because so many, you know, we were asking musicians, how do you feel about your work? How do you feel about your daily life? So many of them replied. It was, you know, it was overwhelming. And I think, as Barry, both Michael says as well, is that actually people, and I agree that there's a gender split, because I go to talk about music and mental health and the entire audience is female. I went to Budapest and there was one man there, and he was my friend who'd come to the audience. It was a packed room and the only man in the room was someone I knew. And so women are there and men are not there. And that's another very important question that we need to ask. And we need to really interrogate why that's happening. But our statistics showed that over 2/3 of musicians were reporting anxiety and signs of depression. And that's higher than the general public. You know, it's such a high figure that you can't ignore it. And particularly in a job that everyone's supposed, you know, when you ask people if they love music, so that was, you know, they were like, because I love music. But what they said, you know, very clearly was that trying to work, and then work became problematic because people said, well, it's difficult to say what my work is because I don't get paid. I do so much work for free. I don't know if I'm work, you know, and that was before COVID. I mean, I've just done a research project during COVID, and I'm speaking to people, obviously it's a real crisis moment, but I think that, the original phase of our research showed very clearly that people were really suffering from anxiety, the idea of self-doubt about everything, self-doubt about who they are, self-doubt about their worth, self-doubt about, I've spent so much time doing this, I've lost, what have I lost, and that's what we write about in our book, about how difficult it is to understand your work as valid. Yeah, go on, Barry.
No, just going back to exactly what you were saying, and I think that those problems were compounded when the government came out and told us, basically, as you know, for work, so the We Are Viable campaign, that basically they told the music industry and the hospitality industry that we were no longer viable and that we'd all need to retrain. You know, saying an industry that didn't feel like it was worth anything, you really that is your life and soul. And that was, and the anxiety that caused, and the stress, and
Yeah,
how
it was such a terrible choice of language. I mean, I don't know, some of the messaging during this period has been so bad, but when I saw that, I mean, of course, the idea that people aren't viable, the idea that a jockey's life is spent after he's injured himself, dedicating himself. I mean, that is really reducing people to feeling like they have no worth, and we can't live in a flourishing society where people think they have no worth, and worth cannot be simply economic worth. Music brings to our lives all kinds of things, but we can't measure it in money. So we have to think beyond these things. These parameters are too limiting.
But even when we talk about it, you say you can't judge it also in an economical value. As we both know, the music and hospitality industry is the fifth biggest contributor to the UK economy. And whenever, when we wanted to showcase the best of the UK, then we turned to the arts and the music industry, say like the opening of the Olympic ceremony, or when the world's in crisis, quite often musicians and all these support industries will come together like Live Aid and try to help and feed the world and correct the situation. And I just felt like at this time, in this period, that literally the whole of the hospitality, arts and sports industry has literally been abandoned by the government.
I've always said, Barry, that the two things that get us out of anything and keep us going through this wretched pandemic, through wars in the past, was music and live performance, comedy included, was live performance and sport. You put those two together, and we're trying to do it here this morning, and it's really hard on Teams and Zoom and Riverside. You put those two together, Barry, and it's a heady mix, because if you follow any form of sport, it's always, look at the London Olympics with the opening and closing ceremony. It was basically a homage to British music over the last 100 years or so. And if you go to a football match, basically it's the singing that gets you. That's why football without crowds is pretty soulless, because
Michael,
it's about singing and music.
My biggest joy in life is watching my biggest disappointment in life is watching my beloved Liverpool. I know how sport can lift you, and how a crowd and a passion. So yeah, both
come on, Barry. Let's have a loving, Barry. Let's have a 30-second loving then on Liverpool, because behind me now, or down there, should be my old dog, but he passed away last month, and he was called Shankly, named after Bill Shankly, and named after that song, because the idea of my old dog was he'd never walk alone. And if when the cops sing "You'll Never Walk Alone," you know that it's the most spine-tingling thing of all time. And then when I heard Sandy say about the research she's been doing in COVID, we had a similar piece of research done in Ireland in the Irish racing industry, and 2/3 of the participants there, Sally, said they had worrying signs of anxiety and depression because of the up and down nature of their life and not knowing what's going to happen next. And then, as you say, when you take away your purpose and your reason for being because you can't perform, I've always said, and it's one of my stock lines in psychology, and I came late to psychology, is if you're trained to do something, i.e. perform or play music, and you can't do it, it absolutely breaks your soul. And when I've seen what's happened to the hospitality business, and of course music and all that's gone around the last 12 months, and the way it's been just treated as if it didn't matter at all, I can see why people are completely crushed by the last 12 months.
Yeah, I
Not just by
think.
the loss of income.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
think
Sally.
that, yeah, I mean, the thing is that the similarities between any kind of discipline, which sport, sport and music are, you have to learn them and you have to do them every day. And, I talk a lot in my book about the place of repetition in in our lives anyway. All of us, get up in the morning, have a cup of coffee, have exactly what we're going to have, check our mobile phones or not. We're very habit forming. And when you're talking about people in crisis, or people, your habit is to have a drink before you go on stage, um, or any of those other things that you might do, ride your horses, is that when we're talking about these kind of interruptions, which is what, in the, hopefully the pandemic is not an interruption, it's a new thing we have to learn to live with. And learning to live with this new thing, we have to learn to live differently. We have to, we really have to look at how we can support our music and cultural industries and our sport in a way that brings back the flourishing that we all need. And that really does take some radical thought. It's not a piecemeal thing. All the work that people are doing, and they're doing amazing work. I think, Tonic is amazing. Help Musicians, PRS, the Musicians Union, all and individual groups of people are doing lots and lots of work, but we need to have some sustained policy actions that support these industries, because these industries are what people live for. This is what makes our life meaningful, right? So we've got to do something about it in a meaningful way, And we've got Brexit as well, which is hovering behind us in a unbelievably damaging fashion for the culture industries.
Sorry, Sally.
But I really feel that this last year has been a real big shake-up for the music industry. I think it's really, a lot of people have been, it's really affected people's identity and their sense of self. Trying to explore what this means for them now, because the instability of the music scene, people have had to reflect on that this year, and I think a lot more people are going to be reaching out and seeking those services, those support services, more going forward from now. And so I think there's obviously things like this, the discussions are being had, and these events are really useful. And I really feel that we'll be with Tonic, we'll be putting the word out there, connecting up with people, with other organisations, and trying to get the support out there to the whole of the country.
We're very lucky, Sandra. We create our own income, and that's been done by, would you believe, some of the most simple things over the years, like fundraising events. And even this year we had record sales for our small bits of merchandise. How similar again to the rock and roll touring life, when you sell your T-shirts out the front of the venue for the gig. We sell Christmas cards. We sell we sell mugs. We sell anything, rugs, anything to raise awareness. And so our sales this year were record levels, despite the fact we couldn't sell a single thing outside, which we normally do at race meetings. We had to do it all online. So we've got our own internal supporters. People are very generous. They leave us legacies. They generally want to see hurt and injured people who've given everything to their pleasure on a Saturday or a Tuesday or a Wednesday. They want to help, and they leave often substantial legacies. And then, again, most fortunately, we've over the years we've been lucky to have incredible supporters locally who want to join in and support us. So the money is basically self-funded by goodwill gestures and people who want to see people well looked after. And then when you start generating some income, you can use it wisely and invest it and build some properties where people can come and feel safe. But it's basically built, Sandra, through people's support and wanting to help us out, because they see people giving their all for not a lot of money. The average salary is 35,000, and they want to see them supported if they fall upon hard times. So we're really lucky in that regard, Sandra. It's fundraising, it's investment if you're lucky to have enough funds generated, and then above all else, using the money wisely, and we just have it's ingrained into our psyche is when we spend money, is this what our supporters would want? And that is just almost typed across your forehead. Is this what our supporters would want to have their money spent on? And if we can answer that question, we try and do it to the best of our ability. But it's based on compassion, it's based on care. And I think if I can steal Sally's line, in a hyper competitive world, but also in a hyper compassionate world. And the more we talk about it, and listening to Barry this morning, it took me about 3 seconds to like Barry this morning. A, because of his intro, B, because of his band, and he likes Liverpool and Ska. Couldn't go far wrong. And if you start talking, and men start talking about their mental health worries and about performance worries, then we have it's another starting point anyway.
I was down there at the local pub, as you said, when we were able to do that during the summer. And because I got to know the local racing yard, and like I said, one of the things that I do for raising money for Tonic is this flying circus, Barry Ashworth's Flying Circus, which Bez from the Happy Mondays and various other artists joined in. And the guys from the racing yard told me, they said to me, 3 of their friends who were jockeys had committed suicide that year. And the stress that they were under because of, as Michael said, they're having to keep the weight down, having to competing for rides, the competition all the time, and they really understood what it was that was going on with musicians was exactly the same as what was going on in the racing industry. And they asked me if they could get involved, and they came along and they joined the Flying Circus, and they raised a lot of money for Tonic along with me, and they're doing it again this year. But the one thing I wanted to say that during this lockdown, one thing that has come out of it and helped everybody is the way that so many musicians and so much of the music industry have come together and have actually stood up and supported themselves and put on lots of events. I mean, for Tonic, the amount of, from the Gorillas to Baby Shambles to Suede to everybody you can imagine has donated to that cause. So it's just been incredible the way that people have come together and helped. When the government's failed us, everybody else has sort of rallied round, and that includes all the fans to keep their bands going. As you said, Michael, everybody, merch sales and T-shirt sales and record sales are at a high because people want to sustain. They can see the traction they're in.
I think also before I finish off, and I've spoken too much, Barry, when you can perform again and when your industry comes alive again. I listened to the radio this morning today, and they're talking. It was live from Newcastle. They asked 8 people from 8 Geordies, "What are you most looking forward to, eventually?" And 4 of them said, "Going to a gig, going to a festival, going to an event, going to a live performance." And whether it's your football team, whether it's your music event, whether it's the theatre, we want to go and interact with fellow human beings and see you perform again and do what you do. That's what we want, and it's almost our duty to support you.
Well, I'd really like to look at it. I have to say that like 20 years ago, I was looking at, when I was just a music manager, I was looking at work the Scottish Football League were doing with young footballers that don't make it into the teams that they do all this training. So I think that there's things that we can learn from sport across sports. I'm very interested, but I'm very interested in this early retirement because I think number one, we have to find ways in which we can support musicians in the face of precarity across all of their lives, because having not knowing what's going to happen to them in terms of their economic futures is massively impacting on all of their lives, and so I think that needs to be addressed in some way. So I think this idea of these early a retirement thing is that's very interesting, particularly when there's a lot of young musicians coming through that are blocked from playing Glastonbury and everywhere else because it's full of heritage acts, and that's something we need to talk about, and we see that in streaming. So I think Broken Record, I want to mention, are doing amazing work to look at how we change the economic structures of the music industry, because that impacts on our mental health. We can't just say let's have group therapy. We have to have group therapy in the context of these other things. So I think there's lots for us to, I was very surprised at the title of this talk, and I was interested to come along. And I'm very interested to hear these things because I think there are huge parallels. And maybe, an interesting thing for us to do in these industries is to look at our commonalities. What are the things that are the same, and what can we learn? So I think it's been very informative to hear these things, and we do need support groups. We need to have conversations between the support groups, and we need to have conversation with government, and we need to understand the complexities of these problems, because I think what's facing young people is different what's from middle career musicians and older heritage longer careers. We need to look at those differences, and we need to understand them, and we need to provide support for people in a much more holistic way. So I'm really interested to hear this. I think it's very fascinating.
That they pay per race into their own association, and they help to pay towards their own insurance. So, and their retraining program, they contribute to everything they do, because once you put a value on something, they tend to want to get value for what they've contributed to. So even if it's just a small amount, Sandra, once you give to something, you think, I want to get my value for that. So it's not just always just given out, because then it's just a handout where you might not value so much. So we try to get them really involved in what they're contributing to all the time. But we're lucky because it's small pockets of the country and small villages, but we love our performers. We like even sometimes we like all of our athletes, and we love our performers. And the more you can get across how much they give. And we're not perfect. My word, young sports performers, they are designed to mess up, and so are young musicians. You're designed to mess up, and that's why you need the support network behind them, I think.
Yeah, and I just like to say that throughout this crisis, I've been wondering why universal basic income wasn't introduced at the beginning of the pandemic, because if at this point everybody was lifted off that fear level, right, all this money that's been spent on furloughing and all the kind of nonsense that's been going on, one area. Because once you've got universal basic income, when people earn income, they're going to be paying tax. They will be giving back into the system. It's a really, really simple idea that would remove all the bureaucracy and would help uplift all our creative workers and our sports workers and other people across the country, who would then have money to pay to buy records and to go to events and buy posters. So we're still suffering the impacts of austerity politics, which has been absolutely devastating for the creative industries, and I would argue probably for sports and leisure industry, everyone else. So I think we need to really radically, and that's such a simple solution. And then we start moving on. Then simultaneously we're working on the other things, because mental health, even in the NHS, is massively underfunded. So we really need well-trained mental health workers too.
No problem. I was just going to say that I think the thing with mental health this year, obviously it's been around forever, but there's obviously been a stigma around it and a lot of misunderstanding about it. I think the thing that's made it so come to the fore this year is the fact that more people, because of the situation that they found themselves in, everybody, that they've actually suffered from one form or another, whether it's the anxiety, the stress, or whatever. So now people can really understand what it is that mental health is and what it does to people. Because, like I said, probably more people than ever have suffered from one form of it because of this pandemic. And I do think that has really, really brought this whole thing to to the forefront.
Thank you all very much for the chance to share some information. Barry, good to meet you, and you, Sally. Hope you have a good lecture, and I hope we're performing again soon.
Thank you so much for having me involved in this. I'm really proud to be part of Tonic, and to be able to be a part of some of these discussions. I really hope that they continue, and I'd love to be a part of anything further that you have going. But thank you very much for having me here. if you'd like to get in contact with Tonic for music for mental health and the Tonic Rider, you can email us at teamtonic@tonicmusic.co.uk, and for the Tonic Rider, it's tonicrider@tonicmusic.co.uk, and that will come through to us. And have a look on our website, tonicmusic.co.uk, to have a look at what we're offering for musicians and people involved in the music industry at the moment.
Hello, it's John Robb here, interviewing Rumour for OneFest. What I want to start with, Rumour, is how have you been the last year? How are you dealing with the pandemic?
Oh, I think in some ways, being a musician or having been a struggling musician for years, I think that you're built for survival, and I think that you just sort of your instincts kick in a little bit. And um, I was actually in America at the time, and we were in Las Vegas, and my husband was a music director for Dionne Warwick, and he was doing some shows at Caesar's Palace, and they were just stop one night, so we had to drive cross country, and then we ended up back in Georgia. It was just a long, it was quite difficult. And then we made an international move back to London in 2020, which was very difficult and challenging. But it's good to be home, and yeah, it's been okay. We're just cracking on. You're just plodding on, just trying to get work done, and taking each day as it comes, and taking each challenge as it comes. But I'm very much glad to be back here, back home. You know.
I mean, do you find it's affected your creativity at all in a positive way or a negative way?
Actually, I was saying the other day that I'm not finding the poetry in this situation. I'm somebody that sees um, the world around me, and I see the poetry in life, and I just write it down. I don't necessarily write poetry. I just write what I'm seeing around me, and I suppose it is. I'm not as inspired at the moment because it's hard to see the poetry in so many people dying and so many people being sick, and the financial struggles and the mental health struggles of so many people. It's difficult to see the poetry in that. So I have actually found it a good time to take a sort of personal inventory of my life, and to do some sort of psychological housekeeping, and to sort of prepare the ground for the next phase of creativity. But in terms of actually creating, I haven't been able to do anything, significant during this time.
Because your music is it's interesting because you write songs, of course you got a beautiful voice, but you also cover songs as well, and bring meanings to those songs or dig out meanings they maybe not initially had, but all the time it's very emotive music, and the emotions run high in your creativity, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that's the connection. I want to make a connection, um, a human connection whenever I, approach a song or sing a song. And it never really mattered to me where songs came from, whether it was my story or somebody else's story. I just see them all as important human stories that, if I can lend my voice to express an emotion to a song that perhaps has been buried or not appreciated, that to me has as much value as writing something myself. Um, Especially in times when I haven't felt inspired to write anything myself, because I take quite a long time to write, and songs I write can take years. When I'm just weaving something together. And so rather than do nothing at all, I like to study other people's work and appreciate other people's work.
But when you cover someone else's song, and what do you bring something different to it? Is it your interpretation emotionally? I mean, as well as melodically and creatively.
Yeah, and often with the arrangement, with this last record I did, Nashville Tears, I had all these demos I was looking at, this just guitar vocal demos. Some of the songs had never been recorded before, never been heard before. They were from the vaults, of the songwriter's computer, stuff that he'd written. And so it was a great chance to imagine an arrangement for the first time, and to imagine an emotional, um, you know, just a template for that song. Um, yeah, and to bring your own experiences to it, and to bring your own interpretation to it. There are some songs that have been done so well and so many times that you just wouldn't touch. I tend to find songs that haven't necessarily been sung very much.
And do the songs touch you initially, or or it could be something that this doesn't touch you initially, but you find a way of making it work. That's you as well.
Yeah, I think that there's always something that attracts you to a song. Like an unusual melody or an unusual subject matter. I'm really interested in songs that are about other things. I mean, I think love is an important topic, but I also think that there are so many more interesting things to sing songs about and write songs about. And so I am really interested in songs that help me. So when I'm singing them, I can learn something about the human experience, that I can embody that emotion and feel something and experience something. So really it's about, yes, lending my emotion like an actor would to a role or a part, but also learning something from studying other people's work.
And for you personally, what's music done for you? I mean, your life has been, well, pretty complex. And has music, wow, but has music helped, has it helped you emotionally as well?
Yes,
it makes sense of your life.
I think it's just been a constant companion, a constant friend. I have a bit of you know, I have a complex relationship with it. Sometimes I get really excited and inspired, and sometimes I feel like I've been abandoned by it. Um, it's a complex relationship over a lifetime, but it's a constant friend, it's a constant in my life, and I feel that what is important is that I use music for healing and for communication, and communication from the spirit to the spirit. That's really what it is for me. And that's the kind of music I'm interested in, and that's the kind of music I want to make or want to, put out.
It's interesting you mentioned the healing power of music. How does that work for you?
I just think it's a vibrational thing. It's a vibrational thing, and everybody has a different vibration that they respond to. It could be heavy metal music. It doesn't matter what kind of music it is. If it vibrationally feels right to you, it can be a very healing thing. Um, just the vibration of something. I think in itself, on a sort of cellular level, I think that's what it does. It genuinely calms calms you down.
Does it give you a consistency in your life? Because you've lived in lots of different places, and like I said before, it's a complicated life story. But does music is actually always a go-to place, and it's always there, and it's even though you've embraced lots of different styles of music, there's something solid about music as well.
Yeah, sometimes I run away from it too. Sometimes I want to forget about it. Sometimes I don't want to open up. I don't want to learn about myself. I don't want to dig deep into myself or look at the world in that way. So there are periods where I just distance myself from it. But yeah, it has followed me around, and it never goes away. Um, as somebody said to me once when I was first doing meetings for publishers back years ago, they said, "Oh, how did you get into music, Ruma?" And I said, "If I knew how I got in, I'd know how to get out."
Yeah, it's quite something quite true about that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. So there's always a part of me that doesn't want the responsibility, because it's such a big responsibility. So there's a tension within me that just wants to be your neighborhood waitress and doesn't want the responsibility. So yeah, there's that. I do have that. It's a very complex relationship I have with music.
So when you say you have to dig deep, and say you haven't done it for a few months, is there a discipline to doing that, or is it something you could switch on and off, or do you have to really get into the zone?
I I think that every song is unique how it comes to be, and that's what's so confusing about it, because you can't, you try and recreate conditions. You think, well, these were the conditions that I was in, or this was the conditions that were there when I wrote this or when I wrote that, and but every song has a different path, and you know they are always often, more often than not, miraculous. You don't know where they come from. So there's this constant feeling of insecurity because the good songs don't really come from you. So all you can really do is try and create the best conditions for something to grow, you know. So that means that, you know, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically, you really do need to be focused on that, you know, and being in a balanced mental, spiritual fit place, which isn't always easy, you know. We're human beings, we go up and down. So, and then there's a lot of self-flagellation and, you know, self-loathing attached to that. And so, yeah, it's just, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. And everybody has their own thing. I know how to do craft. I know how to do structure. I've learned some skills over the years, but in terms of actually catching lightning in a bottle, catching the distilled human experience that has soul, that has a universal vibration, that has something that people will respond to and be moved by, that's beyond me. That's a spiritual thing. That is a blessing. That's something that you're blessed with. And you don't really know when that's going to happen, but you just hope the conditions are right. You just try and create the best conditions and hope that you will. If you keep improvising and you keep turning up and you keep putting the hours in, that eventually, you know, you will get something.
So it could be you're playing on the piano or whatever instrument you're playing, and suddenly it's there, and you go, "Wow, where did that come from?"
Yeah, sometimes that can happen, and that's a really powerful thing. You know, I don't know. It's so difficult to know. I mean, everybody's writing is different. Some people go in the studio with a producer and they do beats, and then they get inspired by a beat or a chord, you know, sequence or whatever. You know, I'm quite traditional in that I'm sort of a, you know, notebook and guitar kind of songwriter, and try and at least get a little bit to down, like whether it's even just a verse and a chorus or a part of a chorus, before I go in the studio and try and expand it a little bit, you know, because I want to get the soul of something, you know, and keep it, protect it.
Well, one of the ironies I always think is sensitive artists, which you are, which is a good thing. You're working in a very insensitive environment, aren't you? The music business is notoriously not a very sensitive place, is it? So is it easy to deal with that, or do you have to build a shield around yourself with other people or yourself mentally?
Well, I will try not to use any expletives. I'm just kidding.
We can edit them out.
I'm just kidding. So what can I say? It is the most terrible combination of things, music and the music business. It's almost like the worst possible combo, isn't it? I mean, it really is. They're highly insensitive. I mean, there's so many aspects of it. I mean, I've got a whole, you know, major label experience, which was, you know, a whole thing, down to just, you know, marketing on social media and how awkward that feels. You know, just doing that and self-promoting and marketing and all of that is an odd thing to do. It's an odd feeling to have to do that when you're making art, or hopefully something, you know, important. But yeah, I mean, there's no way you can. I could not protect myself in the major label system. I could not stop myself from being hurt by that system. And that is a horrible feeling. And I actually said to myself, I can't stop myself from being hurt. It was like my hands were tied and I was just being pummeled by it. I almost lost my life in that system. I became very, very ill physically and mentally in that system. I spent years trying to get better from being in that environment. Had to move to Northwest Arkansas to live in the woods to feel better after that experience. It was dehumanizing, it was demoralizing, it was reductive, it was everything to reduce you to ash, to stone, to plastic, to you're just inanimate. You become inanimate.
Is that the nature of the machine, or things they expected you to do, or is it both?
I think it's the dehumanization of the artist as a commodity, as part of the production line. And if you look at any individual who works in a record company, they're all very nice, you know, they're fine. You know, it's not any individual person that's terrible. It's the system that does not humanize the product and that does not know that you are a human. And for females especially, it's even harder because you've got all these kind of, you know, it's just more going on in the body, you know. So when you're traveling and you're being thrown around the world, like I was thrown around the world like a rag doll. Now, I'm not saying that I don't appreciate the opportunity and that I didn't get a lot out of, you know, the travel and the investment that they made. You know, they made a huge amount of investment. But there was definitely a sense of, we will run you into the ground. It's up to your manager to stop us. Well, that depends on managers, you know. Managers are not professional people. They don't have qualifications. They could be anybody. So that system is just, you're in the luck of the draw. Whether you live or die depends on your manager. And that's what, you know, very much I've learned. And you can see it, and I can see it by looking at the artists who have survived and thrived and done well, and those that haven't. And you can just look at the managers and see, because they're the ones that have got to protect you from it. So I'm glad that, you know, people don't have to go through this anymore.
Do you think it's actually better now? Do you think the system's improved and there's more people people could speak to, or is it still as bad as it was?
I think it's as bad as it was. People are choosing not to do it, you know, or they're getting people younger, you know, so they, you know, that you can adapt. I mean, it's a huge subject. It's a huge subject. It was a really, I almost didn't make it. And I totally understand why people go into drink and drugs and lose their marbles. I totally understand it. And it's extremely lonely, isolating experience. And it's really highly complex and interesting. And actually, it's a massive subject that I would love to actually talk about at great length or write about at great length. But yeah, I know, I think I'm pleased that we're now in a world where you can just do your own thing. You don't have to go into a major label system. You don't have to be, you don't have to do that. You know, you can do it your own way, basically.
I mean, what improvements should they make, major labels? You know, if there's somebody from a major label watching this thinking, oh my God, I didn't even know we were like this. What can we do? You know, if there was some humanity there, how should it manifest itself?
I think what's really important is to have an independent department that is artist advocates, so that if the artist says, you know what, my lawyers did this, is that normal? My manager said this, is that normal? Then they can get independent advice, you know, because your A&Rs are working for the company, your managers are also thinking about the future, because they know, like, artists come and go. Those relationships with the label are something they want to kind of, that's the thing for them. You know, they'd rather work on that relationship than your relationship a lot of the time, because they are trying to advance their career, and they know that artists' careers are limited. You know, it's a revolving chair, the artist chair. What they could do is have an independent, just one person or two people who are independent, who you can go to and ask if something's normal, or if this is okay, or I don't feel well. And, you know, maybe they could analyze your team and explain stuff to you. Because your management may not necessarily be advocating for you. You know, a lot of the times they are, and they're very good, but it's a luck of the draw. You know, it's a luck of the draw, and that shouldn't be the way it is, because it's the difference between life and death. Going through the same system.
So when you started to feel the pressure and you felt it really affecting you, and you said you went to Arkansas and you took time out, but before that, were you thinking, I don't feel right, where can I go, what can I do, how do I get off the roller coaster? Were all those conflicting ideas sort of bouncing around?
I went to the doctor, because they say when you go to you got to tell the doctor, and I said, oh my God, I said, I'm so ill. I'm so ill. I'm terrified of, I'm just petrified of my life. It's just overwhelming. There's just so much to do. And, it's mapped out a year in advance. And I wake up absolutely like, I was just cowering from my life. I was just like this, terrified, because I also had panic attacks on stage, and I was getting accumulatively ill from anxiety on stage. And I had this tour, mapped out with the Albert Hall and whatnot. And I said, I can't cancel it. I can't cancel a big tour, the Albert Hall and all this. And she said to me, I see people like you every day, people who have chronic stress and who are in situations that they are out of control and they don't know how to get off. Like you say, they don't know how to. I mean, I was going to be letting a lot of people down. I ended up at the psychiatrist. They gave me some medication to keep me going. Medication made me put on quite a lot of weight. It made me ill. It gave me other problems, for health problems down the line. I tell you what, before I signed to a major record label, I was like a girl who had maybe a bottle of paracetamol in the house, if I had a headache or something. After I had, it was like a chemist. I had stuff everywhere, 2 blocked eustachian tubes. I had chronic bronchitis. was mentally, physically, I was like falling apart. I had medication everywhere. It's just not natural to be putting your body and your mind through that every single day. And also this kind of pulsating and alternating, loads and loads of attention and then nothing. The attention is unnatural and unwelcome and awkward, because you're like, oh, does you have all these deservability issues? Like, do I deserve this? Like, what is this? Is a bit weird. And then you're like, I'll give you an example. So you're going to do a breakfast television, and you get up at 7 o'clock in the morning, and the car picks you up. It takes you to the TV station, and you have hair and makeup and clothes and everything. It's lights, camera, action. You're at the radio station, and then you do the interview. It's like 5 minutes, and then they put you in a taxi, and then you go home, and you're home at 9:30 in the morning in full hair and makeup, alone. And it just feels unnatural, and it just feels incredibly lonely and unnatural, and it gets to you. It starts to get to you, and you start to. I was always somebody that enjoyed being part of my community. I used to be a community spirited. I worked in community projects. I did band bashes. I put on events. I love community. I value community. I don't feel right unless I'm part of my community. and then suddenly you're out of your community and you're isolated and you're separated from people and all these other people are there, but they don't care about you. It's honestly, it's awful. It's probably the worst things you could ever do to your life.
And at the same time, like you sort of talk about before, is there a hint of guilt because you think everyone's going, but she's selling loads of records, she's on breakfast TV, it's going really well, but it's
Yeah.
actually a nightmare to do.
So
Yes.
yeah, so it's that, you know, what you feel less than guilt is you feel confused because you've been told this is a dream. This is the dream. You know, to be a singer, to be on a record label, to go around the world, to do your, you know, and it's not, it's the opposite. And so you think, what am I doing wrong? I must be me. It must be me. It must be my fault because this is supposed to be a dream. You know, I think that everybody's different and everybody has different support systems. They have also different levels of resistance. I mean, a better word is resilience to an experience like that. If you are like me and you've read about my dysfunctional childhood, all my problems and mental problems and everything else, you'll be able to say very quickly that I won't be resilient to a situation like that. Other people who've got supportive families, have had happy childhoods, have great management, have a great team around them, will be able to navigate the system and survive and be very successful. And it will work for them. And they'll be able to utilize all these things I've just described as opportunities, great opportunities, to their advantage. And that's something that many people do. But some artists are vulnerable. I'm vulnerable. I went in there vulnerable. Didn't have, my mother had been dead for years. My dad is a myth. I didn't have anyone. I had some unresolved problems. It was difficult for me. It was difficult for me, and I mean, I learned a lot from the experience. I'm not saying I regret it because I got to connect with a lot of fans and went to a lot of countries around the world, and I'm glad I went through that experience. And there's lots of regrets. I wish I'd handled things better. There's so many things I wish I'd done better. I mean, oh my God, I'm doing an inventory right now of my life where I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so embarrassed that I said all that, you know. And you're doing it in public, you know. And then, I mean, I could talk about this all day. There's just a million stories that you cannot even believe.
Was there other musicians you could speak to as well, or is it a very closed world?
For me, it was because, you know, you're very much, at that time, I was kind of being ferried around alone, not in a band or anything like that. Obviously, when you're a solo artist and you've got a band, they don't really want to invite you to the pub after the show because you're the boss. You know what I mean? And they might want to slag you off, or I don't know. So I never got invited to the pub after the gig. And I could never go out sightseeing anywhere because I had to look after my voice, and I could never risk endangering myself or getting a broken ankle or anything. So I used to just sort of stay in a cocoon before the show. So it was just sort of, you know, you just have to sort of isolate yourself to, you know, use a steamer and all of this. No, I mean, the answer is no. I don't think I had anybody around at that time, contemporaries or people like that to talk to.
So, like, if there's a version of you now signed to a label, what would you do? How would you change the infrastructure, you know, around the band, the singer, and the label itself?
I don't know, because every single time you work on a major label project, it's like they've done it. This is the first time they've ever done it. I mean, it's just like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. I think that's a highly complex question. I would never do it again. I don't think I would do it again. If I did do it again, I would insist in the contract that I had there were certain things they'd have to collaborate on, that, you know, they'd let me come to the meetings. They wouldn't let me come to the meetings. I wasn't allowed to come to the meetings, you know, about my own music, which I found, oh, you can't come to the meetings because we want to talk about you, and they won't be able to talk about you if you're there, so there'll be no point in having a meeting, because basically they want to talk about you behind your back, or say derogatory things about you, or be blunt about you, and they don't want to do it to your face, and so you can't come to the meeting. I think that's a big question. I don't know. I definitely would have, first and foremost, advocates that are independent. And interestingly, when I watched that Meghan and Harry interview, although there were a lot of things about that that were a bit, you know, off key, one of the things that I did respond to and I understood really deep within my soul was when she was saying, I went to HR and they said you're not an employee and we couldn't help you. And that really rang true, because that is definitely what it's like in a record company. You know, every employee can go to HR and get help. You know, they've all got their rights and everything else. But if you're the artist, you're basically every man for himself. If your manager's not doing it, they don't care. So an independent, you know, type HR for musicians on labels.
So since that experience, the way you create now is completely different, isn't it? So the way how have you got it set up now that makes it easier to function?
Well, I'm working with an independent label for a few projects. My husband, that I married in 2015, he's a producer, he's a songwriter, engineer, conductor, string arranger. So we're kind of in-house, so we can be more self-sufficient. I have a manager now that I've known for 15 years, somebody I really trust and who's got my back. I know now the dangers of publicity and how exposing that is and how dangerous it is for vulnerable people to be in a situation where you're forced to do publicity and be open, get exposed to criticism and judgment on a daily basis is quite unnatural. So I just pared down I just made my business smaller. I've just made everything smaller. I'm a part-timer and that's it. I'm a part-timer. I can't take it. I can't handle that thing, you know, that means that you are in everybody's face. I don't want to be in everybody's face. I just want to quietly make music. It'd be really nice to make some money doing it, you know, and that's really it. You know what I mean? I'm not looking for anything else. I just to be respectable. You know what I mean?
So it's kind of recalibrating. It's recalibrating what you are, isn't it? It's not like a pop star, is it? It's a creative person.
Yeah, just to sort of make stuff that hopefully people like, and do what you can do. Obviously, I had a child some years ago, and that was a major event in my life, and I had to focus very much on parenthood. And because I had my own difficulties in childhood, it meant that I was really ultra focused on doing the best I could and learning as much as I could and trying to, you know, with no reference point of my own, I'm sort of, you know, trying to navigate that. And so that really, and I don't regret the amount of years I took out to focus on that, because those early years I think were important. And I just didn't work for a period of time while I was doing that, and, you know, got by any which way. And you know, now he's turning 4 and I've definitely evolved a lot, and I'm ready to get back into the creative zone a bit more and ready to write another record and do it again, but not in the way that I did it the first time.
And in the meantime, has the music helped to make sense of all this and helped to make sense of you as well?
Yeah, it does. Like the other day I was listening to I was in a bad I was in a negative frame of mind. I think the pandemic was really starting to get to me. When you have a mental health condition that it's up and down, and with the pandemic, it's going to be challenging for anyone who has a pre-existing mental health condition. And I suddenly thought, I want to listen to Come to Me High, which is one of my songs on Seasons of My Soul. And I went on my phone and I looked and I found just some random rehearsal that we did in the studio for something. I can't remember what it was. And I just listened to it and I thought, this is really calming me down. This is really making me feel better. And it just reminded me why I do what I'm doing, that I'm making music to heal and to provide some reassurance and comfort to myself and to anybody else who would like to listen to it as well. That's it.
And did music always occupy that kind of space in your life before you even made it?
Yeah, I think it was also, I love the movie musicals. But, I like all types of art. I like, any kind of art form, anything where it's communication, just connection, anything that's about communication and connection. But music is the most immediate because it just seems to be the quickest route from one heart to another heart, to my heart to your heart,
Does that kind of go back on that theme of community as well?
Absolutely, yeah. I've always been community spirited, and yeah, I think that music is a communal thing. I think that it should be something we all sing together, that we all do together. I think in the olden days, that's what music was for, wasn't it? To sing together. So I never was comfortable with this idea of me standing there and everybody else listening. My nickname when I was living in my small town where I come from was Sing Along Sarah. That was my nickname.
Good name for an album.
Sing Along Sarah. Because I'd be like, come on, let's all sing a song.
And do you think that's in the case because of your sort of unusual childhood, that music was a way of making sense of that, or just trying to find something communal in your life?
I was the child that never wanted to go home. I just didn't want to go. I did not want to go home. Home was not somewhere I wanted to be. It wasn't somewhere safe. It wasn't somewhere. It was just that idea was alien to me, that you'd want to go home. So I think for me that music was a transportive tool. It was a way of transporting myself away without being able to get away. Like the step into the imagination. That door opens. I think that difficult experiences can open another door in your consciousness, and then to imagination, to another sort of parallel universe where anything you can imagine could be real. And
that escapism was kind of dashed when you had to sign to the major label. Is that part of made that such a disappointing experience?
I knew it was going to be difficult because I was sat at the signing dinner and the lawyer said to me, "Why aren't you celebrating?" And I said, "Well, I don't know what this is." And I said, "What do people normally do when they're at a signing dinner?" She said, "Oh, they're outside calling their families and they're like happy." And I was like, "Okay." I said, "I don't know what this is."
Yeah.
No, was I happy? What was the question? Sorry, John, what were you saying?
Yeah, it was just when you went to the major, that sense of escapism in the music was hit with a reality.
Well, it was no longer about the music. It was about going around and flogging it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so suddenly you're an international sales girl, and that's it. I mean, it really was about that. It was just going around like, you were selling double glazing. That was really it. And then also doing music an unnatural amount of times, to the point where you're exhausted and your ears are blocked and you've got bronchitis and you can no longer sing or hear. You know, you're run so ragged. And they would say, they do not like criticism. They would say, well, it's not our problem. We give you opportunities. That's our job, to give you opportunities. And I agree with them from their point of view. They would see that, and I see that too. And that's why I don't criticize them 100%. They say it's up to your manager to make sure that you schedule the time off and all of that. But the truth is, if you do say no, there is a sort of sense that you can't say no, that you'll be pressured. Somebody told me a story, and I'm terrible at this. This is one of the things I shouldn't do, is tell the story third hand, but that, you know, a very famous pop star was forced to do a radio performance really ill and was flown with a drip on a stretcher, because they told her this was really important, this radio thing, you have to do it. And she was so sick, they actually flew her on with a drip and a stretcher to do it. And the executive that told me that, do you know who that is? Do you?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. But we can't say.
So, no, but it doesn't matter. It's just I've decided I've got to be better about. You know, I shouldn't tell. Although I like telling stories, I've got to be careful whose stories I'm telling.
No, but I think it's an important example that underlines the whole dehumanizing process.
They don't care. They don't care that you're sick, or they don't care. And you know, like Jezzy from X Factor, what's it called, Little Mix. She said that, you know, what she was talking about. Now she in a pop band, she was talking about the same thing. You know, that if I had a family emergency, it doesn't matter. If I was sick, she said, I always had to put a steroid shot in my arm and go out and play. And Rebecca Ferguson was saying that, you know, when she sued her management for when she was ill, they said they, you know, gave her a can of Coke, said drink that and go do your interview and everything, and they were abusive to her. And she was quite incredible. Like, she went and actually, I think she took legal action against them, which was very cool. But yeah, it's that case of like, doesn't matter if you're ill, doesn't matter what's happening, you're just you know, go do it. Just, you know, it's a massive subject. But no, and talking about answer to your question, sorry, I go around the houses again, but if did I lose my ability to escape a record label? Yeah, I mean, of course. It was deadening. It was like, it's like taking a butterfly and putting it in a box, you know, and then taking it around the world to show everybody, and then it's getting more and more, it's dying every day a little bit more.
So how did you actually recover? Was it just taking time out and resting, or did you have to seek help, or was it just basically just sitting down for months and end and just calming down and just rediscovering yourself?
I think the first thing was going to Arkansas, because it was such a healing place. And I remember going to this nursing home because my husband's grandmother was in a nursing home, and I was in the toilet of the nursing home, and there was a bowl of potpourri in this nursing home in Arkansas, in a retirement town in Arkansas, in our end of nowhere, in the sort of place where you'd go if you were in the witness protection program. It's just such a nowhere, out there, middle of the nowhere place. And I just thought to myself, I am so happy in this toilet right now. I could stay in this toilet for the rest of my life. Like, that's how happy I was to be away from the business. I felt so safe in that toilet, in that nursing home in Arkansas. I was like, I just want to be safe. I knew that I couldn't keep myself safe out there in this whole like media music business. It was horrible. And so yeah, I just basically just ran away from it, and just thought, I've got to save my life, and just, you know, looked out, just took lots of walks in nature. Nature's a good healer. And yeah, just let time pass, and just physically got some distance between me and that whole thing.
So, and when you started back again, was it with trepidation, or did you feel like you were ready?
Oh yeah, I wrote that song Dangerous because it was about that trepidation of going back into something. Yeah, I mean every fiber of my being was going, why are you going back to do another record? And the experience was it was different, but it was still unpleasant. And then it actually ended very soon into the record release because um, um, because they wanted to renegotiate the contract, and I said, let's just call it a day. So we ended up just forgetting about it, and then went back to Arkansas, and then just realized that I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I'm blessed with the people that were exposed to the music that at that time, and I'm grateful for that, and I'm also proud of myself for doing all the graft and all the work and all the promo and going to all the countries and meeting everybody and doing the shows, because that's meant that those people are now people who are still here and still interested in the music. But yeah, I was too vulnerable. I was too vulnerable. I won't place the blame on record companies. They are what they are. I wasn't strong enough to do it. I wasn't able to cope with the stress, the chronic stress, and you'll see many examples of a lot of women that find it hard to do, especially.
I guess just to wrap up, you're in a good place now, creatively, business wise as well. I mean, not counting the pandemic, of course, but now you have control of your art and what you're doing and how you conduct and how you propagate your art. So the control aspect's important as well, and having
just do it.
A good team.
Well, control is important. Control isn't a dirty word. Control makes you feel safe when you're doing creative project. I need control, and it's okay to say, I need control. And that's something that is a non-negotiable thing. I need control over my art because I need to feel safe. That's it. You don't have to feel embarrassed about it or ashamed of that, or that may be an uncompromisable thing, and that's okay. I do like to collaborate. I love to collaborate with people. I'm collaborative. So it's nicer working with smaller companies and everything. I've enjoyed putting the projects out that I put out, but hasn't been at the scale that I've done it before. I've just become a part-timer, and because that's all I can manage, and I'm doing the best that I can with the vulnerabilities that I have. And the fact that I've only just really recovered from the experience that I had 10 years ago. So I'm just sort of, quietly getting on with creating my, work. I appreciate the fans that I have very much. I love them very much. I don't want to let them down. I want them to always give them something high quality and something they'll really enjoy. And I'm just happy with the people that are stuck with me for 10 years and who are still listening to my music, and I appreciate them so much. And, that's it. I did the best I could at the time to survive it. And, it was carnage. It was carnage. But, you do what you can. You just get through it as best you can, hopefully alive.
Okay, thank you very much. That was brilliant.
Sorry, John. God, that got really deep, didn't it?
Yeah, that's good though. I think that was the idea, really. If that's
Scare
okay,
everybody off. I'm going to scare everyone off. Don't do it, kids.